Hello and welcome. So the first thing I want to do is introduce myself and then talk about what this course is about. Okay, let's go get to it. Okay, so first of all, who am I? Because you want to know who you're learning from. So my name is Paulo Dishon. I'm a software engineer, mobile developer, and an instructor. I take a lot of pride in being an instructor because that's one of my biggest passions in my life, and I love doing this. So I've built a lot of applications. I'm a software engineer, as I said, and I've taught online for a few years. I've taught a lot of people, over 100,000 people that I've taught how to program, how to build mobile apps, how to build web applications, how to become great, good, amazing software engineers. So what is this course about? Well, this course is about building a full-fledged modern Android app using Java. Okay, so we're going to build this awesome app that I call National Parks app. Okay, we'll talk more about that. So the main focus of this course is to give you the skills, the upper level skills or intermediate level skills for you to be able to build something that is a little bit more complex. So that's what we're going to be doing in this course. So with that, we need to talk about the prerequisites. So what are the skills you need or expect you to know or have before you embark on this course? So first of all, you need to know Java programming language or any object-oriented programming language, but Java preferably, because that's what we're going to be using in this course. And also, I expect you to know the basics. That should say basics. That's basin. My bad. The basics of Android development. And so I expect you to understand how Android development works, how to build simple applications. So the whole Android realm, you should understand at least a little bit above the basics. This is all to say that this is not a 101 Android course, meaning I'm not going to be showing you the basics of programming per se. So we're going to go straight and start building Android applications, which also means that you should already have installed Android Studio, which is the IDE we're going to be using in this course to build Android apps. Now, if you don't already have Android Studio, you can just Google real quick Android Studio and you should see links to go and download and install, do all the setup, create emulators and everything. But I assume that if you are watching this course or getting started in this course, you already have that set up. Let's go ahead and get started. So I went ahead and found an amazing API that gives us all of the, at least most of the national parks of the US, and then we're going to be plotting those as you see here. So very simply, when you first run this app, this is what we're going to be able to see, the map of the United States and all of these markers. So if you tap or click on any of these markers, you can see now we have, of course, some information about that particular park. Okay, and you click away. You can click another one. And the other thing we can do, also you have this bottom nav bar here where we can go to parks. If you click parks, it's going to create or show all of the parks in a list here, as you see. Okay, it's very nice. You can scroll up and there are images that we are pulling in and add those there. So the cool thing is if you click on one of these parks, it takes you to this description of this park. So we have an image, we pull in one image. This is Anacostia Park in DC, Washington DC, District of Columbia. There's description and activities you can do there. You can scroll up. There's information about entrance fees, operating hours, and directions, right? So this is a full-fledged application, as you can see. So if I go back to maps, it's going to bring me back to all of the maps. And the other thing we can do, we can also search by passing in a state code. So for Washington, for instance, you say WA, and then if you click this button there, it's going to go ahead and pull in all of the Washington. But anyway, so here we go. You can click here's the name of, you can see the name of that state, and from here, this info window here, you can actually click and it will take also to park. And if you have a slider here, you can see other photos of that park and so forth. Okay, very nice. So okay, very good. So this is what we're going to be building, and I'm very excited, and I hope you are. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and get started. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our project here. So open Android Studio, obviously, and go ahead and create a new project. So click there. And what we want to do now is we want to go to get the Google Maps activity, because that will be the first thing we want to set up. Okay, so click on Google Map activity. So go ahead and click on Google Maps activity as such, and I'm going to say next. And of course, the name is going to be Parks. Just say Parks. So in this case, we're just going to have the higher API 30. You can put lower if you wish to do so. So everything is good. Make sure it's Java, the language. Go ahead and say next. All right, so after a few seconds, you notice that our project is indeed created, which is always a good news. But the first thing that pops up is this Google_Maps_API. What this means is that before we start putting together a Maps app, we need to do some setting up. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is actually to create an API or get an API key from Google. And the beauty is they give us all the information we need to do so. In fact, they give us this link which we can click and go to. Okay, if I can go ahead and copy this link, and we can open a browser, just paste it all in, hit enter. Okay, here's an option. I do have a lot of different projects there, as you see, but in your case, if you have none, you can say create a project. So just go ahead and say continue. It'll take a few seconds. Okay, and there we go. It says now create API key. So click that. And it should show you exactly the API key. So what you need is to copy this API key. Now remember, this API key is very important for things to work for you. You have to go through this process. The other thing too that it was kind of not shown in this case here was that you need to have a Google account. So if you have one, following that link, it will just go ahead and log you in automatically. If not, you will have to log in with a Google account. That's what we do next is we click here to copy the API key. And once we have that, we go back to our project and we paste the API key. Okay, so we come down here and we paste the API key. And the API key usually starts with A, I, Z, and A. All right, remember, this is something that you keep to yourself. Don't share that with anybody. Once you do that, that's all good. We can get out of here. So click that. And there we have it. So there is our Maps activity extend fragment activity. Okay, so it's a little bit different in terms of how it looks. So this is our Maps activity.java, which was created when we started this project. So we go to our Java there. We can see there is our Maps activity. Okay, and inside of our layouts, now you see inside of our layouts open there, you can see we have this activity maps. Double click, it's going to be, and there you have it. If you go to code view, you can see it's a fragment layout. And so what happens is this fragment layout is what's going to be called to populate the map when everything is ready to go. So if we go back to our maps activity, notice here we're setting things up a little bit differently, because here we are extending a fragment activity, not an app compact activity. Okay, so we are dealing with fragments here. So you notice a few things right away is that we have this field of type Google Maps. So this is all given to us. We don't have to do anything. It's over there for us to use. In fact, it's being used inside of our Maps activity. So inside here, inside of our own create, now we are creating a map fragment. You see here, we used support map fragment, get this support fragment manager. So the support fragment manager is a class that knows how to, for instance, find all of the layouts that we need to inflate, or in this case, to translate them into object, which can be then shown as a view on the screen. Okay. And so in this case here, what are we doing here? And then once we create that map fragment, notice we're saying here, find fragment by ID. We call this r.id.map. Essentially, we're going down here and getting this fragment here. So once we have our fragment object, we invoke the getMapAsync. And then we pass the onMapReady callback. And the reason why it looks like this, we're passing this onMapReady callback and we're passing this instead of the actual callback, it's because here the whole class implements this onMapReady callback. And by now you should know when we implement an interface, that means there is a contract there, which means there are some methods we need to implement or override. Yes, that happens. You can see there it is onMapReady. That means then when the system knows that, okay, the map is ready, everything is rendered, that's when we actually create that map. The map is created. We pass by passing an actual object, a Google Map object, into our map field created at the top there, okay? And we create a lat long object. In this case, it's going to be Sydney. So we pass here the latitude and the longitude. So all of this was done for us when we created this project. And then we add a marker inside of our map. So we say map.addMarker, and we go through options, creating this other object that allows us to add other metadata into our markers. And then we invoke the move camera to position the camera so that you see either that slide. When we open the app, we should have that little slide to say, now we're going to move the camera to point to the new lat long, which we created, which is actually in Sydney. Okay, and that's it. So because we have everything set up at this point, if I go ahead and run this, let's go ahead and just run. And there you have it. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We see now there's a map that shows out here, and there is that marker. If you click on that marker, it says marker in Sydney. Very nice, which is indeed what this whole class is doing. Okay, and you see it says marker in Sydney. That means we're passing that title into our marker. So when it clicked, then you see there it is. Okay, so if you were able to get to this point, then congratulations. That means everything was set up correctly. Now, again, make sure that you follow exactly what we did before, which was this Google Maps API. This is very important. That's the reason why when we create any map project in Android, this is the first thing that it shows, because they want you to go ahead and create or set up the API so you are able to see this. Okay, that's very, very important. All right, very good. So we're making good progress, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you in the next video. Now, because of the nature of the application we're going to be building this project, which we must go and find the data. In this case, we want the national parks data. So I figured it would be better for me to find a more reliable place to get that data, which is the nps.gov. So if you come to this page of National Park Services, so nps.gov, it has a lot of information about all of the parks, national parks that exist in the United States. I chose this one because simply, one, I'm interested in national parks, and two, it's just easy for us to get the data we want. So in order for us to tap into their database, their API, as we call it, we need to go through a little process. The first thing, let's go ahead and click search and just type here API like that. So hopefully we can find what we're looking for. And there we go. It seems like I've been here before. So that's okay. That's a good thing. That means I'm prepared. And so what do we want really? It says here recommended, blah, blah, blah. We want this getting started, or API guides. Let's start with the API guides. Click there. So in our API guides here, you can read about everything. The most important thing is that we need to sign up for an API key. This is very important, because if you don't have that, then you're not going to be able to retrieve or tap into their API and get the data that we want. So what you need to do, I'm going to right click, actually open a link in a new tab there. And this brings you to this page, the Get Started with the NPS National Park Services API. All they ask you to do is to add your name, your last name, and an email. Important here, notice the email is very important also, as well as first and last name, because that's how they will send you the API. And also it is nice to have that sent to you so that if you forget the API key, then you can always go to your email address and find that. Okay, now make sure obviously you put an email address that you actually use, and they won't spam you, I don't think. So once you have your API key, then you're going to be able to do HTTP requests to get that information. And you can see here, you can start reading a little bit to see what kind of information you can ask the API to receive, okay? You can get alerts and so many other things. But let's go ahead and see how all of this works already. So in fact, I'm going to go to, let's see, documentation. It's always the best place for us developers. So the documentation has the information how to use the API. So you should be very familiar with this in order for you to use it. You can see there are certain endpoints that we can call to get information. For instance, if you go /activities, that will get you all the activities. Click here. Now, it's not going to give me anything yet because I haven't added the API key, but it gives you all the parameters and fields that will be returned to you once you do that request. For this case, you can pass the question or the query, the string in terms of search, what is that you're looking for, what kind of activity, and the start, an integer, sort, and so forth. So here you can see, scroll down a little bit, this would be a successful operation, as they say. Okay, so you get some sort of an array, contains objects and data inside there. So this, in this case, for activities, this is one activity. This is the activity ID. The name of the activity is art and culture. And you can get, for instance, activities and parks, and there's so many things you can do, articles, events, and so forth. In this case here, most important one, in fact, would be the parks. So this retrieve data about national parks, address, contacts, description, hours of operation, etc. So if you click here, it gives you again the parameters you pass and so forth, but we're mostly interested in to see what is the payload, how is the data going to look like that we want to then cipher through, parse through, and get the information we want. There we go. So now in this case here, total 496, that would be, this is just an example, right, of what you would expect to receive, and we'll see that in more detail. And then we'll have then a data array which will contain the information for each one of those 496 parks. So for each park we'll have activity, as I showed you earlier, addresses, all that stuff, contacts. We can have a description of this first park and a lot of information. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using. But most importantly, if I go up here, what we want to see first, because we're going to be plotting this information on a map, we want to see the lat and long, right? The latitude and longitude. So if you scroll up or scroll down, there it is, lat long. You can get the latitude and longitude. Latitude and longitude of each one of those parks. So that's the information we primarily want, so that we are able to then fetch that latitude and longitude to put in our app to then plot that on the map. All right, so I have already my API key. You should have yours, and I'm going to go ahead and paste here a link containing the API key as well as the state I want to get information from. Now, I want you to pay attention to exactly what's going on here. So if you go back to our document, the first API guys documentation here, where we first clicked, found this sign up for an API key, scroll down, you can see that there is the actual link you can pass. So this is the link where our API lives, or the API lives, and then you can start doing those calls. And you can, let's look at this one here. So you can see here, this would be the link we would be using to go and get the information. So in this case here, it looks very different or strange at first, but it's very simple. So what we're doing here is that we want parks and we want to pass a query. That's why we have our question mark there. We say, okay, the query we're going to be passing is called park code. The park code in this case is ACAD, okay? And if you pass that park code, then you need to pass, of course, ampersand API key. That's where you put the API key to get that information you want. Okay, of course, you can do all different kind of more complex queries, but that will be the most basic one. So that is what I have in this new link there, new tab. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see. So the idea here again is very simple. We'll go parks. Now, using the state code as opposed to the park code. So there are different queries you can look for, okay, you can use. So it's always good to go back to our API documentation to look at all these calls you can do, and gives you all the information you need to retrieve or to ask or do the requests and pass the parameters and so forth, okay? So in this case here, I'm using the state code and I put HI for Hawaii. You could put AZ for Arizona or WA for Washington and so forth. And I have my API key. Remember this API key? So you need to pass yours. Okay, if you hit enter, once you have everything, you must have API key, then you can see we have our payload. So in this case here for Hawaii, total parks that there are in Hawaii, at least the ones that this API provides, are 9. Okay? And there's this data here. If you close or open, you can see all that information. Another thing I would like to let you know is that this API or this JSON API call that you see here may not look exactly like this depending on which browser you're using and whether or not you have the correct extension that make it look like this. If not, you can always download an extension for Chrome called JSON Formatter. Okay, you go ahead and install that, and then you're going to be able to see something like this. In fact, I really encourage you to do so. It's very simple. You just go to Chrome Web Store and type JSON Formatter, and you're going to see the first one there. It's pretty popular. You can download that. That way you're going to be able to see everything like this. All right, very good. So then you can see here we have this data object there, which is an array that contains all the information about each one of these the parks in Hawaii. So this one, full name, this is the name of the park code is that one there, the description, there is latitude, which is exactly what we want in longitude. Okay, there's two fields here, actually three. The third field is in string format, so we're going to be actually using this one separately because we want to fetch a latitude first and longitude second. Okay, and we have activities, we have all sort of information that we are going to be able to get. Entrance, passes, fees, directions, and so forth. Okay, we're not going to be getting everything, but we are going to parse what we need. So this is what you need to start looking into. We need to look into, I should say, in order for us to continue with our project. So we have that data. We know exactly where to get the data from, and then we are set up. Okay, very good. So the important thing really before you move forward, make sure that you have the API key. You should have by now. And once you have that, please go to this link as such, and you can get that link by using something. Go back to this subject developer guides, and you can copy just this link here up to there, and then paste in your API key, hit enter. You should see something similar to this. It may not be exactly like this, but at least if you don't see anything like this, then that means your API key is not correct or you don't have one. Okay, so make sure you have the API key. Very, very important. Very well, I'll see you in the next video. Building this app is going to take us through a lot of different phases of the building process, which means you are going to be learning by doing. One thing I would like to discuss that right now is this idea called Pojo. Now, this may be a little bit strange. Why is it that we're talking about this plain old Java objects? Data that we are going to be parsing through our API that we've discussed, it's going to be in a certain format, which we call JSON. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. The idea of JSON really is to simplify this process of exchanging data in the internet. We've seen the endpoints to that API where we see all the data, representation, the JSON representation of the data. One thing that you will notice right away is that there's a lot of data, which means it can be very overwhelming to build something structurally strong if we just go straight and parse and get that information and start populating in our user interface, which can be done. But a better way is to translate that JSON into Java objects. That way, it's easier for us as Java developers or Android developers. It's easier for us to create those objects and use them and pass them around and do all sort of things that we may need while we build the project. Here's an example of what I'm trying to convey to you. As I said, the payload that we get, this is part of it. We may get all this information. This would be, for instance, just part of the entire JSON. So what are we doing now, or what we will be doing when we use Pojo, we translate all of this into a class, a Java class that will represent what is on the left, right, the JSON. This will make things much easier for us because now we have something that is represented in terms of the Java class. So it's just a Java object. So from the left, we have a JSON. To the right, we'll transform that into an actual class, which then we can instantiate and populate it and retrieve all the fields that we want. So that is the idea of Pojo. Now, I've already done the hard work for you. Meaning, when we want to create Pojos, in this case, plain old Java objects, we could go and look at each node in our API, like you see there, and start figuring out, okay, this part is going to be a park class, this part is going to be an entrance fee, and so forth. Because we have a very complex JSON API payload, It has a lot of nodes. It has a lot of objects, potential objects, Java objects. There are tools online that allows you to take JSON API parts of it and then translate them into classes or models that will represent those old plain old Java objects. So I've done all that work for you. What you will need to do is to take a zip file that I will provide for you and take all those POJOs, plain old Java objects already created for us, and put into your project. We can easily reference them. Again, you can do it yourself, but it's too much work and I don't want you to spend too much time doing that. If you're interested in knowing exactly what are these tools, just Google online, say POJO tools, something like that, and you're going to see a lot of online tools that will allow you to take any JSON payload and convert those into an actual POJO. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. You should have access to this zip file. Will be modeled as zip or any other name, but it's going to be a zip file that you should have access to. What I want you to do is to download it and put on your desktop, and then you will unzip it. Depending on what kind of machine you're running, Windows or Ubuntu or Macs, you have to do what needs to be done to unzip it. So once you have that, if you double click, you'll see all of these classes there. All right, once you have that, let's go back to our code editor. I'm going to just move this away for a second. Okay, let's go back to our project. And then what do we need to do inside of Java, inside of this package? I'm going to right click and create a new package. Call this model as such. Okay, and then I'm going to copy, open again all of these. I'm going to copy all of these. And let's go ahead and paste them in. Say refactor, okay? And voila, you should see we should have all these classes there. Now there are a lot of classes and a lot's going on here. That's why I didn't want to take too much time because I don't think it will be a good use of our time. But at least now, if I open one, this is the activities. Notice that this is part of a class. Remember, this is not activities as in Android activity. This is just happens to be the activities object. In this case, that represents one activity from our payload. So if you go back to our payload, you will see that each one of these has this activity node or these activities array there. So this is a field, which is an array containing all these objects. So essentially what we're doing now, the POJO takes all of this, what is inside. This would be one object of activity, another object. And so it's representing each one of these activities. Now we have ID and name as properties or fields. You see ID and name, and sets everything up. So there's a lot of code here that may be a little bit strange, and we're not going to go through that because this is all generated by an online tool that I use to convert everything into a POJO. All right. So essentially, again, what we're doing here is just making sure that goes and creates an object for each one of these objects, JSON objects, inside of these activities array. And you see the naming too is very important. Now I did change a few things manually, but essentially you can see if you go to addresses, click here, this is an addresses class, right? It was translated. So for each address, we have postal code, city, state code, line, and so forth. So if you go back here, we can go ahead and say command find address, come down. There's a lot of other addresses there, but this is the one we're talking about here, right? It's being represented. So each address object has a postal code, field, city, state code, and so forth. Okay. So now we've represented pretty much this entire payload for our data, our parks data, into a POJO, a plain old Java object, which we can then use to populate our user interface. So it makes it a little bit much easier for us to deal with such a complex payload containing a lot of data. Now, one thing I have to remind you again, it is very possible, as you may know, you've seen if you've been following us along, to directly using any networking library in Android and just go ahead and start pulling each one of these individual fields that we want without having to create objects, or in this case, classes or POJOs, right? But again, the reason why we wouldn't want to do like that, it just makes it a little bit more difficult for us to create a stronger infrastructure, especially if you want to be able to move around objects, right? If you, let's say you want to put this whole object content into a different activity, it will be hard because then we would have to create a bunch of strings or ints and passing data individually, which is not ideal. So that's why we're using a POJO. This is what I want you to do. So in this video, I want you to be able to get that information in the models and add all of these POJOs inside of the model package we just created. Once you've done that, make sure nothing is breaking. It shouldn't. And we should be good. So back to our project, let's set up a few things here. Let's go to our Gradle script. This is very important because we need to set up a few dependencies here. Let's go to our Parks app module, Gradle there. So let's go at the bottom. We're going to go ahead and add a few dependencies here. The first ones I'm going to add is going to be life cycle components, right? Because we need those, especially when we start using the view models and live data, which we're going to be doing in this project. So I'm going to say implementation such, and then I'm going to say Android x.life cycle, and then life cycle view model 2.2.0 such. Now about the versions, that may depend on when you're watching this video. It could be when you're watching this video, this is no longer valid, which means we will need to upgrade this. Just like what we see here, we have this yellow squiggly lines. It just means we need to upgrade or update. There's a newer version. It's easy. You just click there, and then you're going to see this light bulb. Click there, and it's change to 3.3.0, depending on exactly when you're watching this video and what is the change you need to do. So if you click like that, you will have to go ahead and sync. But I'm not going to sync right now because there's a few others I'm going to add. So keep that in mind. I'm going to say implementation again. And I'm going to say Android X. Okay, that's the namespace. Life cycle again. And this is going to be live data 2.2.0. And implementation. There it is. Android X life cycle. I'm going to say common Java 8.2.2.0. Okay, and the other dependency we need to add here is going to be Android Volley. So I'm going to say implementation again, and I know this because I have all these right down. So com.android volley such volley 1.1.1. Now, as you see, we're going to be using Volley, the Volley library, the Android Volley library for networking. So we're going to be able to request information from our API and get that. And there we have it. So let's go ahead and go and sync. If all goes well, we should have an OK. All right, so everything went well. We are done for now, at least. And as always, I like to test, make sure that Volley is indeed added as a dependency. Start typing Volley, and you can see we have volley.com, Android volley.tools. Okay, that means Volley is indeed correctly added. Because we're using Volley, I like to add an app controller. So I'm going to say right click. This is going to be a new package. Call this controller. And inside, we're going to create a new class. And we're going to call this class app controller as such. So for our controller here, I just already have the code, so I'm going to paste it all in. Essentially, we're creating a singleton, one single place point of reference for our request queue, which is part of Volley library. Instead of having to create a different object each time that we want to use our Volley library, we can just put that in app controller and set it up in our manifest file so we can have just one single point of reference. And for that to work, of course, we need to make sure that this extends application class, Android application like this. So now, before we forget, let's go to our main manifest. So inside of application tag there, anywhere really, I'm going to say name hit enter, and right away it's going to go ahead and point out to our controller, that app controller, because it knows that we need to reference it as the single point of truth for our app controller in this case. So it's going to be used at the application level. There we go. So we are done with that so far. I'm going to get rid of our controller. So now we can start playing and see if we can get something from our API. To do that, let's go ahead and create yet another package. Call this data, like that. And inside, I'm going to create two classes. One is going to be what I'm called a repository. Could name anything. So essentially, this is where I'm going to have a method that will be able to go and fetch information. In this case, go and fetch our JSON. And the next class is going to be an interface. I'm going to Java. Call this async response. So our async response, of course, as an interface, public interface, we'll need to have a method. Say void process, like that. It's going to be a list of parks, like this, called parks. Now, the reason why everything is working fine, and you may say I haven't created this park class. Well, we kind of have, in a way. At least I have given all the classes. This is part of the POJO, right? Essentially, this interface is going to be used later to process a list containing parks object, which should represent essentially one park object. This. Setting things up, it may not make a lot of sense right now, but believe me, it will in a second. Okay, so back to our repository. Let's give us some space. This is where we are going to fetch the data. Okay, so first I'm going to create a static field here, say list, which will contain parks objects. Call this park list, instantiated to new array list. And now I'm going to say public static void get parks. This is where I'm going to pass final async response as our callback, like this. So inside here, this is where I'm going to create a JSON object request as such. Call it JSON object request and set it to new JSON object request. And then I'm going to pass a request method. And in this case, we want to get. Of course, we're getting something from our API. And I'm going to pass a URL, which we haven't really created. And for our JSON response here, I'm just going to pass a null. And then we're going to have a response like this. Okay, I'm using Lambda in this case. Now, things could go wrong. So I'm going to say error like this and hit enter. In this case here, we can just say .print stack. Okay. All right, now let's go back inside here. So what's happening here? So for our URL, we need to pass the URL where we're going to go and fetch this data, which essentially is going to be this. Now, we could copy this URL as it is right now and just paste it in right there, okay? But what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and create another package. Call this package util, where we can have utility classes. So right click to create a new class inside. Call this class util like this. So very simple, really. We're going to just have very simple static util methods. So I'm going to go ahead and add the actual link, right? So I'm going to say public static final string and call this parks URL. Okay. It's going to be a string, obviously, so I need to be careful. So now I can come up here and copy this entire thing and paste it all inside there. Okay, so that means then I can come here and say util, getting util from our namespace, .parks URL. So now this response should contain this whole payload, which is exactly what we want. So the first thing we need to look at is, let's see, what is that we're trying to get? The majority of the data we're going to be looking at is going to be inside of our data field, right? Let's close this. That's what we after. So the rest, we don't care about this total, limit, and start. So what we want to do, we want to go inside here and start pulling things in. As we said before, this will be one object, in this case, one park. So if I close all this down, everything, this will constitute part of just one park. close images, and so forth. And then it ends here because it begins at the bottom here, another park. Makes sense? So the idea here is that we need to parse this array. I know this is an array because I have these square brackets there, and pull in this first object or subsequent object as well in a for loop if I need to. Okay? So in this case here, I need to say JSON array, create one, call this JSON array. Is going to be equal to what? Well, I'm going to pull in the response, which we're getting. In this case, it's going to be this whole thing, this whole object starting here, right? So once the response, that get JSON array, because I want to go ahead and get this JSON array here, which has data as the field name, right? That's why I'm going to pass data as such. The moment you do that, you're going to have a little issue here because we don't know when or how this is going to work because we are going somewhere and fetch data. Android will always want us to surround that with try and catch. So I'm going to say enter, and notice now things have changed. So we now have this JSON exception being passed in the catch. So we have now our JSON array, which essentially means we have this whole payload here, all of this inside, whatever it's inside, we have a way to get it, because we've gotten the main root. So now, because it's an array, we can loop through and start creating objects or getting whatever we want. So just to make sure that things are indeed working, I'm going to come down here and put inside of a for I. You can say for I and then hit enter, right? So create a for loop. That's a quick tip there. And I can say JSON.array, or in this case, that length. Okay, that's the length at which we will control this for loop. Well, I know that each one of these objects inside is what I call a park. That's the idea, right? That's why we created that Pojo that has park as a class. So I can first of all say park is equal to new park, like that. So I'm instantiating just a new park so that I can start putting things together into that park object. So next I'm going to go loop through, and as I loop through, I'm going to go ahead and actually fetch each one of these fields. For testing, I may just get one or two fields, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so how do I do that? Well, I need to first of all say JSON object like this, because remember, each one of these now inside is indeed an object. We can see because we have a curly brace. All right, JSON object, called JSON object is equal to JSON array, because again, we need to go to the parent to get to each one of these fields inside of this object. Make sense? So dot get JSON object. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and pass I because we're inside of the array. Again, I'm saying I'm going to go ahead and get each one of these objects inside here because they are objects because they have curly braces. Now, the reason why I have to do this way is because each one of these objects doesn't have some sort of a named field like we have with this data. So that's why we're just going to put this as a simple JSON object, as you see there. So I'm getting each one of these guys inside of this data. Okay? Which incidentally inside we have all these fields. So I can start doing things. I can start constructing my park object. Well, for starters, I can say park and set ID and pass. How do I get ID? Well, I'm going to say JSON object. This one we just created there because it's just an object. I can say dot, look at that, get string and pass ID. So now I'm saying JSON object dot get string name, in this case ID, to get this ID. And I'm setting that to our park object. You see how simple things are right now? I can continue. I can set, for instance, the full name, JSON object that get string and its full name. Remember, these fields have to be exactly the same if you want to get them. Otherwise, you will end up with an error. Okay, can continue, but I will stop right now. And once we have all that information, what do we need to do? Because remember, all we're doing here is creating each one of these objects as a park object. And once we're done with creating those objects, because as you see, we're going to have a lot of different objects because is an object itself, which means we have a lot of parks, which means we have a lot of objects, park objects, as you see. Okay. So the idea then is to add all of those into our list. So I'm going to say here park list that we create at the top dot add and add our park. So each time we create that object as we loop through our data field or array, I should say, we're going to create a park object and add it to our park list, which is this one we created at the top. Now, before we go anywhere, we need to make sure that, of course, we use the app controller, what we saw, and invoke the get instance, and then say .add to request and pass our JSON object request there at the end. And even before we do that, we must also make sure, because remember, we're fetching data from the network, and we don't know exactly when this will happen or if it will happen. We're doing everything we are passing in as callback. That's why we create that interface, right? So I'm going to say if, in this case, callback that we're passing through here in our function, if it's not null, this is when we are going to pass it around by saying something like this: callback dot process park and pass our park list. Because by then, at this point here, we will have a park list that already has some parks, right? So we're going to pass that through our callback so that whoever is going to be using this callback will have a list of park that is ready to be used. In the next video, we're going to call this get park somewhere so we can see if we indeed are getting the information that we want, which is we're getting the payload from our API. So now that we have our repository set up, at least for now, so we can test things out, we can go back to our maps activity and call our repository .get parks, okay? But I noticed one thing, this is wrong. In fact, I should move that to inside of our JSON object. So I'm going to put right after our for loop like this and put it there. But that's exactly what we need to call it, not outside here. But by then, it's not going to be called, or we're not going to be able to pass the park list at the correct time. All right. And the other thing we need to do is go to Android manifest and make sure that we add this uses permission internet. That's important if you don't have that. Otherwise, obviously, we're not going to see anything because we need that internet permission for this to work. Okay, so now let's go to our maps activity. Let's go to our map on map ready. And what we can do now, say something like repository, right, dot get parks and pass the new async response, right? And now we are overriding the process park. In this case, we will have the parks list all ready for us to use. We can take advantage of Lambda for Java 8, and there we go. So now let's put a for loop here. I'm going to do this special for loop, which say park object in parks list, okay? And let's say log d like that. And I'm just going to go ahead and log the park and get the full name as such, okay? Just say parks for our tag. Okay, if all goes well, we should be able to see all the parks in this case because we are using this same API and we are adding the state code as HI, Hawaii. We should have at least 9 parks. Let's see if that is true. Run. So on map ready should have been called by now. Let's go to our logcat. And you can see on map ready, parks, and if we want to make sure we just see what we want, say park or parks, doesn't matter. And there we have it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parks. These are all the parks that we're talking about that we have in Hawaii. Very nice. So things are working. That means then we're able to fetch the data from our API, this one here. In fact, let's see. Ala Kahakai. Is that the correct one? Yes, Ala Kahakai. That's first one, and then subsequent ones too. So as I was saying, we're able to pull in the information from our API and created a park object and set it up, and now we're able to loop through and get all of the parks that we're getting. All right. In fact, the beauty here, let's see if I come here and change the code. Instead of Hawaii, let's say I want Washington State. That's where I live. Of course, we can see that Washington has total of 17 parks, right? Of course, this is what we see. If we run our app, it's not going to change that because we have to go to our util and change that in our code here, right? To Washington, like this. Okay, if we run, we should see, there we go, Mount Rainier National Park, Nez Sea, and so many others. Very good. So it is indeed working. Now, the great thing about this API is that if you don't add anything or don't pass a state code, just like that empty, hit enter, it will go ahead and get all 468 or parks in general, as you see there. That's the total count. Okay. And that's a lot of information, of course. So that is fine. That's totally fine. But I think they give a limit of 50 each time you call this. But in total, they would have to have 468. Okay. All right. Very good. So as you see here, it is working depending on what we add. In fact, let me go ahead and just pass nothing there, which will default to giving me all of the parks. It'll take a few seconds, of course, because there's it didn't take that much. Okay. I think it caps at 50, but also because it's our logcat here, when the data payload is too much, it just cuts off at some point. Okay. Let me go there here. I'm curious now to see. Let's say Boston. Yeah, there's a lot of Bostons there. 65. Let me do the last one. Okay, so there we go. Nothing really special, but at least it cuts at 50. But in total, there's over 468, as we saw. All right, so it is working. That's all what we really want to see, which is really great. Now, if you look at this, life is way, way easier. As you see here, in order for us to have, for instance, a marker, it's very simple, right? We need to pass a lat and long object. That means then, if I pull all of this inside, cut all of this and put that inside here. Obviously, this is not going to work to our advantage. Obviously, it's going to just create obviously as it is, it's just going to go ahead and loop through and create a lot of markers in Sydney. That's not what we want. What we want to do is to get the lat and longs for our park. But you have to remember, in our repository, we didn't actually set up the lat and long. Let's do it right now, just so you see. So I can say park, that's set latitude, and say JSON object. And I'm going to get the string, which I believe was latitude, like that. Let's check just to make sure. Latitude. Yes, it is indeed latitude, the name of the field. Again, it has to be exactly the same, otherwise you run into issues. Okay, so I got that one. Let's do the same part. That's set longitude. JSON object, get string, longitude. Okay, so now that we've set that and we added the park and all is good, that means then it's easier for us to come up here. Look at this. I can change for the latitude here. Because I'm inside of this loop, I can say park.get latitude and say get park.get longitude. Now, notice that these are coming in as strings because that's how we get them, right? They come in as strings, but we need to, we'll have to convert them into doubles because those are the types that are needed, right? So I'm going to use the double class like this. Double, like Java, and then parsed double, and just pass them around like that. Okay. Double. Parse double, and enclose the actual longitude and latitude like this. So now we should have, look at this, I'm going to run this. If all goes well, we should be able to see, look at that. We see all of the parks. In fact, if you click, of course, we're going to see Mark in Sydney. But the reason why is because the title we here is hard-coded. But check this out. Look at the beauty here. I can go ahead and say park object and get, let's say, full name. Why not? Let's see if that works. It's going to be a lot of information. If I run again now, when we click each one of those markers, we should be able to see, of course, the full name of that clicked park. Is that true? Click. Look at that. Big Hole National Park. Click at that one. There it is. There's an Alaska one as well. Click that. Look at that. It is working. Okay, Hawaii, we got a few there. If you double click, keep clicking like that, you can even zoom in and see more. Okay, now remember, this is working like this, showing everything because we changed in our util class here. We changed this. We didn't put anything. If I change to HI again, I just love Hawaii. I mean, who doesn't? The HI for Hawaii, that's the state code. We should see that it will go straight to Hawaii. Look at that. So now I went ahead and just pulled in only Hawaii state parks. So if you click here, look at that. There's Koloko, Honoku, and Kalaupa. And you keep clicking, and voila. Ah, look how beautiful. Not a lot of work, and everything is set up for us. Just very simple. Because of the work we've already done, it's allowing us to do this. We're able to write very simple lines of code, and look at that. We already have an app at this point, right? Very good. It is indeed working. Very, very exciting. Now, I want you to keep in mind the way things are structured, the way I'm organizing things here, right? Of course, we're going to refine all of this. Just want to show you how quickly you can put together this information and have an app, the working app, actually, as you see here, right? So in this case, I'm saying repository that get parks. I'm invoking the get parks function or method, goes ahead and gives me all of the parks. So then I can do a for loop and loop through all the parks. And as I loop through, I can create a latitude and longitude and set up the actual markers, right? And add those markers onto the map as you see. And I can also say then when that is clicked, I want to show that particular park's name or full name. And there you have it. So next we're going to look at the user interface, because now we understand at least that we have the data coming in. We've created the infrastructure that we always talk about, where data comes in and we are able to put that into objects, Pojo, and we are able to loop through and get that information. In fact, we're able to see all of the dots or all of the markers on the map. Next thing we're going to look at is this bottom navigation there. Okay, so we're going to have, for instance, one navigation button that says map. When I click, of course, it's going to show this main map view. And then parks is going to show a list of parks, which is going to have a recycle view containing rows representing each of the parks. So let's go to our resource. Right click, I'm going to say new. I want to create a new Android resource file. Click like that. And what we want to do here is want to change this to be a menu resource file. So we're going to have to enter a name for the file. So in this case, so we're going to call this bottom nav menu. Okay. Now you may ask, so how is it that we are creating a menu even though we're trying to put together a bottom navigation? And we're going through creation as a menu. The reason why we have to do this is because Android actually looks at the bottom nav bar as actually a menu. You will see in a second here. So that's just the way they have put this together. Okay, so there we go. So I'm going to say OK. And when you do that right away, notice now another folder was created or package called menu, and it has this bottom nav menu XML. And you can see there it is. We have our bottom we have our menu. Let's open our palette like that. Close this down for a second. We're going to go ahead and add menu items. So I can just click one and drag and drop like that. It's going to be a menu item, and can click and change some attributes instead of item map. And for now, what I need to do is I'm going to change the icon that's going to be showing to represent this. Okay, so I'm going to click there. And we're going to go to plus. I want a vector asset. And then click on the clip art. And again, search. Let's find map. There we go. There it is. And click OK. And the other thing I can do also is I can change the color. Right? I want this to be a green like that. Something like that. It will work. And there you have it. So I'm going to say next. This is what's going to be created. And voila. So now I can click on that, say OK, that's the icon that's going to show. And while we're here, let's give it an ID because we're going to be able to reference this in code. Say maps underscore nav button, like that. Hit enter. There we go. We're going to do another one. This one is going to be parks, like that. Title same as park, and icon. I'm going to go and find a new one. We don't have a parks per se, but we can say, let's find something about nature. Yeah, there we go. So this nature looks good. Okay, I like that. Or we could use this one as well. I think that's probably best. Now, this one is better. Okay, there we go. I'm going to do the same thing with the color. Notice it's already populated there. So I'm going to say next and get that one. Okay, so it doesn't show here, but hopefully once we have everything set up, it will show. Button like this. So if we go to code, looks like got a space there. That's not good. Okay, and this needs to actually be extracted into a string. That's fine, as well as this. Very well, so we have all of that, and what I'm going to do also, I am going to say something like this: show if room. That way shows action. If there's room, then it's going to show the title. If there's no room, it's not going to show the title. Okay, I'm going to do the same with this. There we have it. So these are the icons that should be seen once we have everything set up. So now we need to make sure that this is shown somewhere, but where do we call this so that it's actually shown? Well, if we go back to our project, let's look at our layout. We need to go to our activity maps, right? So the idea really is to add it at the bottom here. So I'm going to have to do a few changes. Let's go to our code here. So instead of having a fragment as such as the main enclosing layout, I'm going to say constraint layout like this. And of course, this is not going to work because we need to pass all of these namespaces and so forth. So I'm going to just copy or cut all of this and put inside. So for width, I'm going to say match parent and hit enter. And for height, also match parent. Take all of this and put inside there. Okay. Some of this is redundant because we don't need any of these namespaces either because they're enclosed down inside of this layout. In fact, go to design. Doesn't look like anything changed, but at least now we have everything enclosed inside of constraint layout, which is exactly what we want because that will give us more flexibility. What I mean by that now is that at the bottom of our fragment, where the fragment ends, in fact, let's make this an actual enclosing frame like that. So when we end our fragment, the bottom navigation. Now to facilitate our lives, we could have written here bottom navigation. Let's go to the design again because it's much easier. Since now we have a constraint layout, it's easier for us to actually constrain everything. So I'm going to say bottom, if I can find it, bottom navigation view. I'm going to just pull it in and put there. Okay. So now I'm going to put some constraints around it. So I'm going to say the top constraint. So I'm going to pull this down. Actually, let's remove that constraint. That way we don't have this issue here. I'm going to just pull it down to the bottom like this. I'm going to give a left, right, and bottom. And I can make it really small. Like this. And just to make sure, for the width, I'm actually going to change this to 0 dp. It just takes up the whole space. And for the height, I'm going to say wrap content. There you have it. So now if I ran this, just all things considered, we should hopefully be able to see our bottom navigation or something. There we go. So it's showing there, but it's not showing anything. The reason why is because we actually need to pull in our code we have the infrastructure, right? The bottom navigation, but we don't have the actual buttons, the actual menu. So this bottom navigation view needs the actual bottom nav menu, which is this, what we created. So now I'm going to say menu. If you just type menu like this, now we need to pass the menu, which is menu, bottom nav menu like that. Okay. Now, if you go to design, you can see it is showing that we have our menus there. Very good. So let's go ahead and run. And there you have it. They are indeed showing. So if you click one, it gets highlighted, the other one doesn't. So working as intended. So next video, we're going to be able to wire things up so that when we click on maps, of course, we're going to show the map. And parks, hopefully, we're going to be able to show another fragment that will have all of the parks as rows. So essentially what we're going to have is a fragment which will also include a recycler view. The beauty of using fragments is that it allows us to swap views on the fly as well as reusing those views whenever we need them. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. In our activity, back to our project. So inside of our com box there, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new fragment. So I'm going to say fragment. Let's see, it's going to be just a fragment, a blank fragment as such. And I'm going to call this fragment is going to, let's call this parks fragment. And you can see it creates the actual layout as well. All is good. I'm going to say finish. And there you have it. Now there's a lot of things that are added when we create a fragment. We don't need most of it. So I'm going to just get rid of all of this and get rid of all of these parameters. Just clean things up here real quick. As well as all of this. Get rid of that. You can leave that new instance. That's fine. Get rid of that. And we should be good by now. Okay, so gonna leave everything as it is. You can see right away it create this fragment parks. There it is, our fragment parks. This is what's going to show. So the idea really is to make sure that when we are on our maps activity, let's go to our activities map so we can see when we click on the parks button here, navigation, we should be able to see our fragments park. Back to our maps there. Let's close all of this. And let's go to on create. First, we need to instantiate our bottom navigation, which will allow us to fetch all of these widgets in our bottom navigation view. So I'm going to say bottom navigation view. Call the bottom navigation view. Set it to find by r.id.bottom navigation. And let's make sure that we actually have an ID. So back to our activity maps. Let's go to the code. And we did not have an ID for our bottom. So say ID. This is going to be bottom navigation as such. Right, now we can go back to our maps activity and retrieve that. So bottom, let's say bottom navigation like this. So we have that handle. And next we can just say bottom navigation and then set on navigation item selected listener, that one. And I'm going to pass this new on navigation bottom there like that. And voila. And while we're here, we can go ahead and just simplify our lives. Replace with lambda. We're not going to return false. We're just going to make sure that we pass in some code right away. So, and then we're going to say return true to say that indeed everything was received. All right, so inside now here, what we're going to do is we're going to find which one of these were clicked. Right, so go back to our design. Which one of these, if it was map or parks, were clicked. First, I'm going to say int ID. I'm just going to say item, because this item, remember, it is indeed a view that's been passed, right? So I'm going to say item.get item ID. And then I'm going to say if ID is equal to r.id.maps nav button. Okay, if that's the case, then I'm going to show the map view as such. Okay, else if in this case ID is r.id parks nav button. If that's the case, we're going to have to go and show our parks fragment, which in this case is going to be this. So far, we just have this hello blank fragment. Not very useful, but we'll get there. Now, how do we then invoke or open up a new fragment, right? Because we want to show that to the user. Well, to do so, it's very simple. First, at the top, inside of our set on navigation item selected listener, I'm going to create a fragment. Okay, call this selected fragment and give it a null. All right, so in our case here, if the parks nav button was clicked, then we want to set the selected fragment to our parks fragment. Fragment is equal to parks fragment dot get instance, like this. Now I could have said parks. Now I could have also said new parks fragment like that. That would work because that would go ahead and invoke this parks fragment constructor, which it knows exactly that it will go ahead and get this parks, or in this case fragment parks, and show that. Well, not show yet, but at least it would work as well. But you notice this static method here returns an actual instance of our fragment, which is this fragment here, right? We're talking about. So I'm going to just go the other way around. So I'm going to say parks fragment and get that instance. So nothing's going to show because remember, we're trying to set the selected to whatever, depending on which case. If it's maps, even though we didn't put anything yet, the selected fragment will obviously be the maps fragment. In this case, if the selected fragment or selected button is the parks nav button, we are going to set the selected fragment to the instance of a parks fragment, which of course is going to go ahead and show this. So it's going to go ahead and inflate this fragment's layout and show that. Well, not yet, but that's the idea. So at the bottom here, outside these if statements and so forth, I'm going to say get support fragment manager begin transaction to say now it's time for us to start doing things, whatever we want to do, to either to replace whatever fragment it's showing right now, swap it, or do other stuff. Well, we need to fetch the ID that we want to replace by. So r.id.map. Okay. And we're going to replace it with what? Well, with selected fragment. And then don't forget to say commit. There you have it. Again, the syntax may be a little bit strange here. We're using the fragment manager, but we use the support version of the fragment manager because we want to make sure that there's the backward compatibility. And I'm going to say begin transaction to say, okay, we are set now. It's time for us to start a transaction that could be to replace whatever we have right now. So the r.id.map command and click is going to show this fragment here. So again, goes back to what I said. Fragments, you are amazing because you're able to swap them whenever you want. So that's what we're doing here. We're literally replacing whatever it is in the map with this new selected fragment, which if clicked, this parks nav button is going to be the parks fragment that should be showing. All right, let's see if this is true. Let's go ahead and run this. Okay, so everything is still working, but moment of truth, let's click on parks. And you can see, really, there it is, hello fragment. So it is working, even though it's not looking what we want. But if I zoom in, you can see hello blank fragment. That means it's actually showing this one here, which is hello blank fragment. That's not what we want. The reason why it's doing that, it's showing a transparent background, is because somehow inside of our fragments park, we need to change the overall background color to something. In this case, I'm going to say background. Run once again. We should be able to see a white background when we click on parks. Okay, let's click. And now you can see there it is. If I click maps, it doesn't show anything. It just dies. And that's not a very impressive thing. But at least we know everything. Well, at least we know part of it is working. All right, let's go back to our maps here. So for now, when we click on maps nav button, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the same thing we did before. So I'm going to say get support fragment manager and begin transaction again and say replace, in this case, r.id.map with map fragment like this. Now this map fragment is indeed what we was created for us here. It's going to know exactly how to create the map for us again. Okay, this is the solution for now, and let's not forget to actually make sure we return true to say that indeed everything was set up correctly and we're receiving the click and we're ready to go. And one thing I like to do also is to make sure that we clear the map, because remember, when that happens, we're coming back, kind of sort of like refreshing our main map view, right? So we want to clear it so that way we don't end up adding in more and more markers inside of it. So how do we clear the map? Now remember that we have this M map, which is the actual Google map, the view, the object representation of our Google map, whatever we see, right? So what I can do before that happens, I can say map and map like that and say that clear. So it just goes ahead and clears everything and re-renders again. That's what we're doing here. Okay. So for now, this works for us so that we can have some sort of navigation working. So let's run, click parks, goes there, and we click map again. Right. And I forgot to commit. That's what the problem here, that commit. If you don't commit, then no changes will happen as you see here. Okay, let's try once again. Okay, let's go to parks, maps again, and there we go. Now we've lost a few things here, not a problem. Now this is intentional in the sense that, so we call the map clear to clear everything, which is exactly what happened, and we recommitted, or we replaced back in the map fragment as you see there. But one thing we forgot to do in order for us to actually get all of the things that we had before, in this case all the markers, what we will need to do is to call the map fragment again and say that get map sync and pass this. Okay? So this will go ahead, essentially it's exactly what we have called, was called on create, the first thing that was called there. So this sets up the map back again with everything we had before. So let's run one once again. Okay, go parks. There's nothing there. Go back. And there you have it. See, national parks in Hawaii. Go back to maps. Works fine. Come back. And there we have it. So it's working perfectly. So now that we have our fragment parks and the park row set up, it's time for us to create the recycle review adapter to tie everything up. Let's go to our project. And let's create a new package here. Call this adapter. And inside, we're going to create a new, class. It's called this park recycler view adapter as such. All right. So I'm going to extend recycler view. Okay. And I'm going to say adapter, and in angular brackets there, I'm going to pass this park recycle view adapter and the view and then the view holder, which we haven't created, the view holder class, that is. All right, so I'm going to first of all create a view holder class. There it is. And next, of course, we need to implement a few methods here. That's the contract. Let's go to our view holder class. There it is. Let's make sure that it also extends view holder as such, and we also need to create a super constructor, and there we go. We'll come back to our view holder class. Okay, there we have it. So our park recycle view adapter, we have the on create view holder, on bind view holder, and the account, the get item count, I should say. Let's go ahead and create the actual list, right, of the parks which are going to be added or rendered inside of this recycle view. So I'm going to say private final, in this case, it's going to be list containing park objects. Call this park list. Okay. We need to import, of course, our park like this. All right. It's going to give us a little bit of problem because we need to create, in this case, a constructor. So I'm going to go ahead and create a constructor. And in this case, we pass that parameter. Okay, that looks great. And now while we're here, before we forget, let's go ahead and pass the parks list here and get the size. Okay, because that's what needs to be returned when the get item count is called internally. So on create view holder here, notice it will return a view holder object, which is this class here. All right, so what do we need to do? First of all, we need to inflate the view. So I'm going to say view, and I'm going to use our layout inflator, and then from pass our parent and get context as such, and then start inflating. So call the inflate, pass that layout, and I'm going to get the park row and pass the parent view group object, and for attach root I'm going to be false, and we're going to return through our view holder. I'm going to say new view holder such and pass our view. Okay, let's go ahead and work in our view holder because that's really exciting as always. So in our view holder here, as remember, we are passing the actual view, which in this case will have this view as an object has been inflated from our park row, and we should be good to go. So that means then, of course, here this is where we can go ahead and get all of the widgets from our fragment parks, I should say from our park row, all these widgets, and set them up so we have access to them. So the first widget we have here, park row, is the image view. Okay, let's go ahead and get that. And say public because we're going to be able to invoke or access them right away from anywhere. So I'm going to say image view widget, call this park image, and public again, text view, a few of them, park name, another text view, park type, and park state, I believe. Very good. So we have those. That means then inside of our constructor here, we can set them up. Let's say park image and use our item view through that, of course, right? And say find by r.id and say row park image view. Very nice. And park name, the same thing, or park name text view, and park type, and there it is, and park state. And voila. Okay, so now we go to our unbind view holder, because this is where we're binding the data and the views. Notice we passing the view holder class there and the position, so we can actually get the position of each view as it's being rendered. We can then set things up. So now, first of all, I'm going to have to get a park object to set everything up, right? So I'm going to say park, call this park. I'm going to say is equal to park list. I'm going to go through park list and say that get and pass the position, right? Because remember, it's a list. So if I say park list that get and pass the position, is going to get that object at that index position. Okay. Because this park list, remember again, is what will drive the whole recycle view adapter here. It will have the data, which is a list of parks. Very handy. All right, so now that we have our park object at a particular time, again, now say holder because this is being passed there. So it's an instance or let's say a handle of our view holder, this guy here, which incidentally, we made these public, all of these widgets, these fields public, right? So we can access them and set them up. Makes sense. So view holder dot park name, and I'm going to set the text. If I can type, of course, set text, and I'm going to do what? Well, say park dot get name of the park. In fact, this needs to be park name, not park state. Makes sense. Like that. All right, do the same thing, holder and park type, set text. It's going to be park dot get designation. That is what we need. Okay. And continue holder dot park state dot set text park dot get state, and it's actually get states because a park could actually belong to more than one state. So there we have it. All right. And now the thing here, now you notice in our row we have this image. How do we get that image and where is that coming from? Well, if we look at our payload again, you notice that each park, of course, we have latitudes and longitudes, activities, and so forth. If we'll close all those down, we'll see that we also have an array containing images. This is what we're talking about. So this is an array containing images. So for each image, we have the credit field, the title, alt text, and so forth, right? What we really want is this URL here, which will contain an image. In fact, if you right click and open a new tab, you'll notice it should show an image like that. Okay, so we are going to parse that image and show that in place of this image there. How do we do that? Now, there's different ways to do so to fetch images easily and start putting and then show them in our application. The easiest way is to use a library called Picasso. So Picasso actually was one of the greatest painters, Spanish painters, and but that's not who we're talking about here. What we're talking about is going to be Picasso Android. If you just type Picasso Android, you notice there is this square.github.io. It's an open source library that allows us to actually fetch images and work with the images easily. That is the beauty of this library, Picasso. And whenever possible, whenever you can, in fact, you should always use libraries in Android, because that just abstracts out all of the intricacies, I guess, of what needs to be done in order for us to do something. So libraries are lifesavers, and you should always look for libraries when developing applications. Okay, cuts your work in half or more. All right, and plus, libraries are usually well tested, and they are well developed, and they're well created, well developed, and so you will always be better off using libraries in Android. So there we go, powerful image downloading and caching library for Android. Look how simple this is. If we use Picasso, you say picasso.get load passing the URL, image, PNG, or whichever other format, and then you say .into and pass the image view where you want this image to be displayed in. And that's all. Okay, there's a few other things you can do, and all of that very easy. You can resize the image, center crop, and do all sort of things. All we have to do is copy these and add it to our Gradle. And it says here, insert latest version. And one way to know what is the latest version, you click on this button here, right click, open new tab. This will take you to the GitHub repository. And it tells you exactly that 2.8 is the latest version. Okay, so that is what you would want to use, in most cases anyway. So let's start by implementing or copying this whole piece of code and open our project. We are now going to go to our Gradle script. Make sure you go to the parks.app, the build.gradle.app, double click. This is where we usually go to anyway. And anywhere there, just paste in like this. Okay. Of course, it doesn't like the insert latest version, but because our Gradle is very smart, it actually gives us the option to change to 2.8 like that. In fact, at that point, we wouldn't even need to go to our to the GitHub repository, right? But it's nice to know where things are as well, because here we were able to, the Gradle was able to actually point us to the right direction. And there we go. Don't forget to sync, obviously. All right, it's all synced. Let's get out of here and go back to our recycle viewer there. All right, and now all we have to do is as follow. But before we even go through and get all of the image and so forth, I'm going to put an if statement here. I'm going to say if park.getImages, let's say park.getImages, right? It's a list of images. That size, if it's greater than 0, that's the only time we are going to actually try to add something to Picasso, our payload. You notice that this image array has a lot of images, but we can't count that every time it will have a lot of images. That's the reason why we're saying here with parks that get images, that size is greater than 0, meaning there's at least one image object there. Then we are going to invoke Picasso and add that image. Otherwise, we're not going to do anything, okay? So now, as I said, it can have more than one image, as you see here. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 images. Now we get to choose which image do we want. Okay, I always like to get the first one because that way it's easier. So in this case here, then I'm going to get that image and put in and then add that to our image view. Look how easy it is to use Picasso. All we do, because we've added Picasso in our dependencies, we say Picasso, and there it is. Picasso, square up that Picasso. Nice. I say dot get. Remember, this is exactly, if you want to know exactly where, how do I know how to use this? There's the documentation. Okay. Say dot get, load, pass in the URL. All right. So dot get, load, pass the URI. In this case, just URL. Now, where do we get the URL? Where the image is, right? All I want to do is to be able to go and get this URL here. Well, we understand that we have our park object. It's a park that get images. Like that. We know that this is a list. I'm going to say get and pass. In this case, just pass the first one. And then say get URL. That's all. Okay. And the cool thing is now we're going to pass in, say, okay, where are we going to add this to? What is the view that will hold this image? I say into the target, right? What is the target? Well, it's going to be holder dot park image view, because that has to be an image view that will be able to host or show that image. Look how simple that is. Most importantly, the other thing we can do with Picasso is that we can add placeholder in cases that the image is not loading or there's something wrong. We can say dot placeholder, or while the image is being loaded, I can just go ahead and do something like this. I'm going to say Android. I'm going to invoke the Android namespace. Okay. .r .drawable. I'm going to add the stat sys download like this. It will just show that something is being downloaded. All right. Okay, I can continue. If there's an error, I can go ahead, do the same thing, use the Android namespace, right? Go to r.drawable like that, and I'm going to say stat notify error like that. I'm going to show that error notification there. It's hard to see. Okay, and that is the thing I can do. I can actually resize the image. So the target width I want is going to be, let's say, 100 pixels, and the target height another 100, like that. Okay, and this is important to resize because these images are actually really large, very large. If you do it again, see, they're big images. So resizing them is actually a good idea so that you don't run into a lot of memory leaks and so forth. And next we can center crop it. So we can say center crop like that. Now, the thing to remember here is we need to be very careful. We understand that our park object, our pojo, has a lot of fields. If you go back here, each one of these has a lot of fields that we are setting up, and some of them we haven't set up yet. So if you go to, let's go back to our repository, I believe. In our repository, we just set up a few things here. So we got the latitude, longitude, and the ID. So we haven't set up anything else, especially when we talk about images, as you see here. So if you were to go to our parks view, or parks fragment, I should say, and try to set up our recycle view and so forth, you're going to run into an issue. You're going to have an error. So we're not complete safe yet for the reasons I've said, that in our repository, we haven't set up this park object. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4 properties that we've been setting, that we have set. So in the next video, we're going to continue setting up our payload here into the Pojo park. That way, this actually works. All right, so when we go to parks, notice that we have this hello blank fragment. That's not very inspiring, obviously. So we're going to add here a recycler view, because that's the idea, because we want to show all the rows with all of the parks from that particular state. All right, so let's go to our parks fragment or fragment parks. This is where we're going to do some work there. So there's this text view. We no longer want that, obviously. And actually, we're going to change this frame layout and put inside of a constraint layout like that. And let's give it an ID to this whole view here. So I'm going to say ID and call this park fragment like this. Okay, so let's go to our design and make this a little bit smaller and close down our emulator. So let's construct what we need. So it's going to be very simple. What we need to add really is a recycler view. So type recycler view, there it is. I'm going to just pull it all in, put it in there. And we're going to add the actual constraints, left and as well bottom, like that. We can also go to our attributes to make sure everything is good. And if we wanted as well, we could make sure and add at least 8 padding or margins at the top, right, and as well as bottom. Okay, there it is. So we have our recycle view. And let's not forget to add an ID. Call this park recycler, like that. Very good. And we're done with that one. Now next we need to create yet another layout. So inside of a layout here, it's going to be new resource, and this one is going to be park row for our recycle view. Let's give it an ID and call this row layout. That's fine. And let's start constructing here. So the first thing we want to do is we can add an image to the side. Okay, so let's find image view right there. Now let's just add this avatar just like this. Okay, this is how it's going to kind of look like, and give it a few constraints at the top. And that's fine. And then I'm going to add also a text view, and this text view should be somewhere around there. Okay, so we have that one. We actually going to give it add another text. Oops, I want a text view like this. That one, and another one at the bottom here. All right, let's go ahead and give a few constraints here. It's a little bit bigger. So, constraint to that one. Constraint to that one, as well as this one there. Okay, let's move them a little bit. And they will be constrained, have a top constraint to each other. So that one, move this like this. This has to be to the bottom. There we go. It's kind of difficult to see, but this is what we need to do as developers. Let's see. Let's move this a little bit down, if I can, like this, and constrain this to the top. Okay, let's move it a little bit down so we have some spacing between these two. The other thing we can do too is add the spacing like this. Okay, using that, I think it's usually the best. 36, that's fine. This one is about 8, and this one is going to be 12, but we're going to make it 8, so they are equidistant. All right, so let's add a few IDs. So for this image here, it's going to be, I'm going to call this row. See, it's going to be row park image view. Okay, and then for a text, this first text there, we are going to call this is going to be row park name text view. This is going to be row park type, row park category. I think that could type like this, text view. And the last one, but not least, this is going to be row park state. And there you have it. Okay, so for our image, we have the ID, and that's all good. Keep in mind, if we were to run this right now, this image is just a placeholder for us as designers to look at things and make sure everything is looking good. Okay. All right. So the other thing I want to add here, because remember, this is going to be the row that will be inflated into our recycle view. I want to add some sort of a view or some sort of a horizontal line that goes across here. The way I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add a linear layout, horizontal linear layout with a minimal height. That way it looks like an horizontal line, which is going to look like a divider for each one of these rows once all of them are being rendered in our recycle view. Let's go ahead and find our linear layout. All right, let's go ahead and to layouts and find our linear layout and put just below there. So for the width, layout match parent, so across the entire view. But for the height, as I said, I'm going to make sure that this is not too big. So it's going to be 1 dp. If you do like that, you notice it goes all the way to the top. That's totally fine. We're going to click on that and move it below here. Okay. So next, I want this to always be at the bottom of the image like this. So I can actually keep moving a little bit down to give that space that is needed. Or I could have done the same thing here, right? So I can go like this. All right. So there we go. So it looks very nice. And one other thing I could do, let's give it layout margin. Let's give actually those constraints and a margin of about 8 each side. That way it has that gap, as you see there. There's a little gap there. Okay, very good. So it looks really good now. Okay, just to make sure, I'm going to click on our linear layout and let's change the background color. I want this to be some sort of a grayish. We can change that obviously later, but that probably would be better because remember the background so far of this row is white, so we don't want this to also be white. Otherwise, it's not going to be visible. Very well, so we've done a few things here. Let's look at our fragment parks. So in our fragment parks, we added this recycle view, and then we just now created our park row, which is going to be inflated into our recycle view so we can see the actual rows in a recycle view. In the next video, we're going to look at creating the recycle view adapter to put all of this together. Let's go ahead and work in our repository before we move forward. Okay, so we're going to take a little break from our park recycle view adapter because, as I said before, some of these methods or some of these, that's why if we were to instantiate our park recycle view in our parks fragment, things wouldn't work as they are at this point. So back to our repository, let's go fetch more of these fields such as images and so forth. Okay. All right, so we have the ID, the full name, the latitude and longitude. Those are the most important ones so far that we've added. Let's go ahead and say park.set park code. Remember, I'm just going through one park. Let's close this one. So we have the ID, URL, full name, park code. I'm gonna add this get description and just go down the lane here and get all of the ones that are interested to us. Okay. All right, and we can change those or remove or add more as we want. And this is the beauty of having this Pojo, right? Because we can set up the park with as many properties as we want or less, right? So set a park code. I'm gonna say JSON object again, string, and it's going to be park code because that is exactly the name there. We may not use that, but it's okay to have all of that set up so that if we want to use it, we can use it. Okay, let's go ahead and set states. JSON object get states, or get string in this case is going to be states, I believe. Let's go back down here. Where is the states? There we go, states. Sometimes it's just one, other times it may have more than one. Next, we need to get images because that's really important. So if we scroll down, you can see for each park we have this images. Now, in this case here, we only have one. In fact, instead of Hawaii, let me find something inland, United States. Let's say Arizona, so AZ. Hit enter. This will give us all of the Arizona's, or most of the Arizona's parks. And these should have more images. Voila. So you can see here images array has a lot of images, and so now we can set them up. So let's go back here. So the idea, again, remember this is an array, so we have to loop through and create an object, each image object as we loop through. So first of all, we need to go and fetch this images field. Makes sense because it's an array, so I'm going to go ahead and say JSON array as such, called it image list, and I'm going to go through our JSON object, right, the root that we've been working with, get JSON array as such. Okay, in this case it's going to be called images. So now we went through the whole object, which means this entire object here of this park, to go and get the images array. That's all we're doing here. So now that I have that image list or array, I'm going to first of all create a list of images type. Notice these images are from our park.stat model. You should have access to all of these because I have provided them for you. Okay, all of those pojos. Make sure we get the correct ones. Don't get the image Android media. We have to be this one here from our model classes. All right, so it's going to be a list. I'm going to call this list. Okay, it's a new array list just to instantiate it. And then I'm going to put in a for loop. I'm going to say for I like this. Okay, we can just fill in now image list.length. So we're going to go through now this images array or list, and create image objects. So I'm going to say images, new images, create that object. So once we have that object, I can go ahead and say what? I'm going to say images dot set credit. We may not use this, but then I'm going to say image list dot get string. In this case, pass our j, which is our iterator, dot get string again. Actually, this is get JSON. This is why this can get a little bit confusing. Get JSON object and pass j, and then once we get that JSON object, we're going to go ahead and invoke get string. In this case, we just want to get the credit field. Again, what we're doing, we now have created this object, and now we're setting up the credit to get the credit of this image, first image, and we're going to continue setting up the other images or other fields. All right, okay, so images, this just takes time, but I'm going to do it in a way because I want you to understand exactly how this works. So image list, right, get JSON object j, get string, and this time it's going to be title get string. Okay, and we're going to continue. Now we're going to set the alt text. In fact, we don't need that, so I'm not going to even bother. What we really want is the image URL. So images.set URL. So image list, get JSON object, pass the iterator j, get string, and it is indeed URL. Okay, we can stop there. Remember, we have this list which must contain image objects, right? So I'm going to say list.add these images that we've just set up. Okay, and we're not done yet. That means outside this for loop, I'm going to say park.setImages. Look, the set images allows us to pass in a list of images, which conveniently is exactly what we have set up just now. Pass our list, image list like this. Actually, let's say image list images, or list. Let me explain one more time. So we have to go and fetch the array which contains all the images. And as we loop through, we're going to create image objects. That's the whole idea. And as we create those objects, we obviously going to set up the credit, title, whichever field we want. We skipped a few fields, that's totally fine. Once we've done that, we need to then add it to that list that we just set up there, right? Add those images that are set up, have credit, title, and the URL. Makes sense. And once we've done our loop, we invoke the park object, this same park that we are setting up inside here, and we set images to the list of images that now will have a list of all the images for each one of those images if they have more than one. So other fields we will need is activities. We can do that a little bit later. Topics, and if we want contacts, entrance fees. I'm going to minimize all of them so you can see operating hours, address, images. That's what we just done. Now let's go ahead and set up the weather information and name as well as designation, because these are important. Now notice the beauty here is that because this is not necessarily an object or an array, this is a direct field as well as this name and designation. That means we don't have to go through the process of looping through. Makes sense. So let's look at the weather information. So to set up the weather information, we just say park, right, object that's set weather information, and pass the string. How do we get that string? We say JSON object and say dot get string right away and pass, in this case, the weather info. Remember, it has to be exactly the same, weather info, like that. All right, and let's do the same with name and designation. So park, that's set name. Remember the difference, there's the full name and there is this name. Okay, so we want set name, it's a shorter name, JSON object, get string, and in this case it's name because that's exactly what we have if you look there. So that is the field. Okay, let's go back and do the same thing. Park, I'm going to set designation, and it's going to be JSON object, and get string is designation for the park. We should be good. So now that we have set up at least the main fields, right, we pair those with our Pojo, right, this park object, we can go back to our park recycle view adapter. I think we should be good now to actually see if this works. So the first thing, of course, back to our parks fragment, because this is where we are going to inflate the recycle view and then set up our adapter, recycle view adapter. Okay, so I'm going to say private, say recycle view, and park recycle view adapter. Okay, and let's also, for later, I'm going to say private list. It's going to be list of park objects and park list, like that. We may use that later. So on view create, I've actually changed this, so made sure that we put that in a view object, okay, instead of returning this piece of code, so that we can invoke a few things here, set up a few things, which in this case just going to be literally the recycle view. So now I can do something like this. I can say recycle view. Okay, I'm going to set it up. It's equal to view. Got to go through the view because we're not in an activity in this case, right? Find by ID, r.id, and get our park recycle view, or recycler, that is. And I'm going to set up the recycle view here. The set has fixed to true, as well as the recycler view that's set layout manager to new linear layout manager, like this. And I'm going to pass get activity as the context. Remember, I said get activity, not this, because we need to pass, because we need the actual get activity or the activity context. Remember, again, all of these fragments and so forth, they are hosted on an activity. So that's why we say get activity, like that. All right, so we've set up our recycle view. Notice it's got to be inside of our on create view. That's very, very important. Now, where do we set up our park recycle view adapter? We want to set up that inside of on view created, because this is called when everything is set up, the views are ready to go, and that's exactly where we want to set this up. So here I'm going to say park recycle view is equal to new park recycle view as such, and we need to pass, of course, the list of parks. Well, we don't have them yet, right? I'm going to say parks like this. It's going to give them a problem. The reason why we don't have them, well, because we need to get those. How do we get them? Well, simply we can say repository dot get parks, new async, right? Because we're passing through our asynchronous method there through our asynchronous mechanism. And let's replace for lambda. So now I can call that inside. Let's go ahead and cut this, put it all inside. Notice we have that parks, and there are park there. And you can see when we say get parks, we should have our parks list ready, which is exactly what is needed for us to feed into our park recycle view adapter. Okay, we're not done yet. We need to then say recycle view dot set adapter and pass our park recycle view adapter. Let's see if all is good. I think so. Let's go ahead and give it a test. All right, there we go. Let's go to parks. It's working perfectly. Some of them don't have images, as you see, or it's taking a little bit of while for them to be loaded, but things are working. Very good. There's some issues we are going to address at some point, but that's fine. All right, so Hawaii, everything is working perfectly. We have the images looking decently okay. We should probably make them a little bit bigger. And some issues there with our divider. That's not very helpful. One thing I would like to do also is let's go to our utils. So I say Command E or Control plus E on Windows. I'm going to go to utils. This shows all the recent files that we've worked with. So here, instead of Hawaii, because that's what we have, I'm going to change that to Washington for Washington State. Let's run. Now it should get me all of the Washington State parks. And voila, you can see there are the parks there. If you click on one, we should still have the same features there. Okay, let's click parks. Okay. It takes a little bit, but it is working. And a few things are, like I said, are not that great. So we're going to fix those in a second here. Okay, so all is good. We're getting all of our parks. My computer is lagging, but that's totally fine. I need to restart it at some point. Okay, now let's work on our user interface here, because this is not, it's not necessarily looking that great. Okay, so let's make this even better. The image should be a little bit bigger and things should be centered. Let's work on that right now. Okay, so back in our code here, let's open our park row XML because we need to change a few things or adjust a few things. First of all, let's look at image and layout width. It's wrap. Let's actually make this hard coded. I'm going to say this has to be about 100 dp. Okay, because that's where we set it to be with our Picasso dp like this. Okay, this one here, instead of 36, let's change this to about 12 or 16. Right, so right there at the top. And I'm going to also change the left to 16 there, so closer. It's hard to see, but you can see there. Very good. And the second one, instead of that much, I'm going to just put 0. So I'm going to be very close to the top. And for the left, that's about 16. There we go, just like the top. I want also to be about 16, so aligned. And the top is going to be 16. So to give it a little more space to differentiate them. So for the title or the name, let's change, make this bold. Say style, text style. I want this to be bold. Actually, this one here. So bold. There we go. Let's go ahead and run real quick to see if these changes have actually helped. Go to parks. Okay, much better. Let's see images. Okay, they're looking good. And what I can do also, let's give them this horizontal, some sort of a padding. That way it's differentiating itself a little bit. General padding of about 6 dp. Go ahead and rerun this. Okay, let's go to parks. Okay. Actually, let's give the image a general padding. I think that will, let's see. The image should have some sort of margin top. Let's give it about 8. Yes, that's what we need because it's 2. Yeah, 8 is good. And 0 to the right, that's good. Okay, let's start now. We're getting there. This is what we do as developers. We need to figure out adjusting things to our liking And feel free to always adjust your liking. Don't feel pressured to have exactly what I have here. Okay, let's click now. Much better. I like that, much better. Okay, so we have that, the divider, and you can see the images there. It takes a few seconds for them to load. That's good. All right, so things are working perfectly. Very good. So we can go back to maps. There we go, reloads. Go back to parks, and there it is. All right. If I want to change our location or state, instead of Washington, let's say I want to AZ for Arizona. Okay, let's run this. Later, we're going to see how to make it so that the users can actually enter the state codes. All right, there we go. Again, remember that all of these parks may have one or two, may belong to one or two states. That's why Arizona has all of these others that are in other places. Okay, very good. So let's go ahead to parks. You can see, we should see a different kind of parks showing. Okay, and images are being loaded all there. Okay, so it looks really good. It's looking really nice. As you scroll up, the images that need to be downloaded, they're downloaded, and everything is showing. It takes a few seconds, and depending on your internet, it may take less than that. Okay, very good. Again, it's not as smooth as I would like because my computer is very tired, to say the least, but at least you see things are working here. Okay, so we have this done. Next will be to make it so that when we click in either one of these rows, we're going to be taken to the details screen, which will entail a little bit more work, and we'll continue working on our repository because this is where we're setting up, remember, getting all these fields, all this data, and map those fields to the Pojo, plain old Java object. Okay, so we haven't done all of them, and we don't have to do or fetch all of them. As you saw, I skipped a few, but there will be other ones, especially when we go to the details page. There will be other ones we want to make sure that we get from our payload here. Very well, so making really good progress. We will continue working on this project and refine it so that it actually works perfectly. Okay, so far so good, things are working, and if you get to this point, congratulations. In the next video, we're going to continue moving forward. Now, one other thing we need to do is let's work on the user interface a little bit more. Let's go back to our park row, actually to our fragment parks, and I'm going to change the background color to a gray color, a little bit gray, I should say. So let's go to custom, and I already have the hex code to E3, E4. So it's going to see it's a slight, let's see, E1, E3. There we go. Okay, so that is the color that I want for our for the background color of our fragment parks. This will actually help show, if you go down here, you can see that we have a loading, a placeholder, which is a stats system download. It will show a GIF that something is still loading, and because it's white color, to contrast with our background, for it to be visible, it has to be contrast with a background that is this color here. Okay, let's go ahead and run. All right, let's go and say parks, and you can see now it's showing there as the images are being downloaded. It shows that download GIF there. So that's kind of helpful. It helps with the user interface. And also you see, because now the background is that grayer also, it looks much better in my opinion, because there's that nice contrast of images as well as the text. The other thing I want to do is let's go to our maps. So I'm going to get Command E to go to maps activity. Okay. And inside where we are actually pulling in all of the markers and so forth, I'm going to change this latitude. I'm going to change the camera settings so that it zooms in a little bit more, because this, as it is right now, we have to click in to zoom in, which is fine, but it would be nice to directly zoom in to where we want to see all of these parks. To do so, we change the method here. Instead of new lat long, just like that, we say new lat long zoom. We use the zoom like this. So it tells us that we need to pass the zoom float, amount of zoom that we want as a float. In this case, I'm going to say about 5. Now, if we go ahead and run once again, we should see a little bit of zoom when this map is shown. And there you have it. Much, much better. Okay, so it zooms in a little bit. And you can still click and see all sort of things. And while we're here, let's go back to our fragment parks and maybe add more padding. Let's go to design here. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. Let's just add a little bit more padding, overall padding in our park fragment. So we can go make sure we clicked the constraint. And I'm gonna say padding to find a general padding. We can add, just say about 8 dp. Okay, that just changes a little bit. As you see now, there's padding around this entire park fragment, which is our constraint layout. Okay, let's go to parks. Okay, so it's very subtle, as I said, but it is there. The beauty about user interface is that we can spend hours and hours tweaking things here and there, which I do encourage you to do. However, it's time for us to move on and do other things. The next thing we want to do is to make sure that we are able to add a click event to each one of these rows in our parks tab. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing in the next video. All right, so to add a click event for each one of these rows, we go to our parks recycle view. First of all, let's go ahead and clean things up real quick here. Get rid of all of these guys because we don't need them. So first, we're going to pass in our constructor here. We're going to pass a on park click listener, which we haven't created, okay, as a argument. So I'm going to say on park click listener as such. Okay, it's going to be park click listener. Now we need to create this. I'm going to just click and say create class, or create interface in this case. And I want this to be inside of, say, void, say on park clicked. And we're going to pass a park object as such. Okay. And let's go ahead and import that. So at the top, we are going to actually create a field of the same type. So final on park listener like this, call this park click listener, which means inside here, we're going to also pass it around, say this, that park listener is going to be equal to park listener that we're passing like this. Okay. Now, because we want each row to be clickable, we need to retrieve that event or listen to that event. And that happens inside of what? It happens inside of our view holder, because this is where actual row is being rendered and treated. So I'm going to say here implements on click listener like that, and which will allow us to implement the on click method. Okay, so right inside here as well, I'm going to have a handle. Right inside here, I'm going to have to pull in our on park click listener. Okay, so on park click listener as such. And inside here, this is where I'm going to set things up. So first of all, I'm going to say this, that on park click listener, and set this to park click listener. Okay, so setting it up. But most importantly, also, I need to make sure that I use our item view, because remember, this is the actual row, right, containing all of these widgets. I'm going to set that on click listener, set on click listener like that, and pass this, right? This as to say that we are compliant to the on park compliant. So this that we're passing, we're saying yes, we're registering the on click listener to our view on click listener, which this whole class implements. Okay. Inside of our on click method here, this is where we set up our on park click listener to be able to pass that delegation of that object across. So what do we do? I'm going to say park. First of all, I'm going to create a park object, say current, and it can get the current clicked object by saying park list, right? Because the park list will have all the list or the list of all parks. Say get and say get adapter position. So this allows me to get the current position of the adapter, which will tell us exactly which row we are entertaining at this point. So that's how I get the current park object. And then I'm going to say on park click listener dot on park clicked, and then I'm going to pass the current park, because that is what I need to pass through our park clicked. Okay, because this is exactly what we have delegated in our interface there. Now you'll notice that we have issues here, so that way let's go back to our parks fragment. As such, you'll see that we're gonna have some errors. Let's click to find that error. So in this case here, of course, I'm gonna have to pass this like that to say that indeed I'm adhering to the on park click listener event that we are implementing there. Now let's test it out to see if indeed this works. So inside of our on park clicked, remember we're inside of our parks fragment. At this point we have that park object that was clicked, okay, the full object that we passed, that was passed around. So in this case I'm just going to log, so let's go ahead and say log d as such, and I'm going to say park, let's say get name, okay, so we can see whichever was clicked. I'm just gonna, let's say park like this. Save and run. Okay, so go to park. Okay, everything is downloading, it's okay. Now, moment of truth, let's open our logcat, and we want to look at park. Very good. So now, make this a little bit smaller. If I click that one, notice it says on park clicked for Bowie, but that's exactly which one, the one I clicked. It's a little bigger. Let's click on this one, Chiricahua. Click, and indeed Chiricahua is working. Casa Grande. Click, and there we go. So the click event has been passing around, and it's actually getting the correct object, which is really good. So now we can do all sorts of things. Now the idea really is to make sure when we click on a particular row, let's say this one, we want to take the users to a details fragment or details screen where they can see all of the other details about this, about the park they have clicked. Now there are so many ways we can pass data, in this case from an activity to a fragment activity, and so forth. Now let's be a little bit strategic here. The idea here is we want to pass this park to the next view or to the next fragment or activity. Let's go ahead and use the best way so far of doing this, okay, which is we're going to create a view model which will allow us to actually set up this data that will be available anywhere else in our application whenever we need it. In this case here, because we're dealing with activities and fragments, we could pass those, in this case, the park object or pieces of data of this park object onto the next fragment, and then there do another call to the API to get information about that particular park. But the park as it is right now is loaded. This park here contains, it's an object, right? It's that Pojo object that has all of these fields that we've set up. It would be much easier for us to push or save, quote unquote, this with a park view, with a view model. That way, when we get to the destination, the details page or screen, we will be able to then invoke that view model again and get that object, which in this case is the park. And then we can extract all the information we want. So first, let's go ahead and create that next page or next view, because that makes more sense. All right, so let's go to project, and inside our layout, I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say new fragment, a blank fragment. All right, there it is, blank fragment, our favorite, and I'm going to call this, and this is going to be called, and this is called details fragment. Okay, it's going to create a layout name fragment details, and that's all good. And say finish, and there you have it. So as always, let's go ahead and delete everything that we don't really care about. All of this garbage. Okay, get rid of all the inside too. And we don't need any of these. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, so now it's clean and we're ready to go. All right, and then we have our fragment details here. For now, it's just saying that. That's totally fine. So for now, it's saying something mundane, such as hello fragment. That's totally fine. But let me go ahead and change the background color, because as we know, if not, we're just going to have an empty or a transparent. Okay, so we don't want that. Say background, change the color to something a bit more interesting. Maybe that's too aggressive. That looks great. Okay, we're going to change all of that anyway, so just testing things right now. Okay, so now in our park, let's see, our parks fragment. So this is where we want to go, or when clicked, we want to go to our details fragment. Makes sense. So we're going to say get fragment manager such, and then we're going to say begin, and then let's say begin transaction. And once we do that, we're going to replace where we are right now, which is r.id .park fragment. Okay, and where we're going is we want to go to our details fragment that get instance. Again, we could have said something like this: new details fragment. That works as well. Okay, but because we have, if you go back in our details fragment, there is this static method which essentially creates an instance of this whole fragment and returns it. So we are going to use that. It's usually recommended. So let's go back to where we had details fragment get instance, or instance as such. Okay, and of course that commit, don't forget that, to say hey, all is done, we're ready to move forward. All right, so if all goes well, when we click this button, when we click on either one of those rows, we should be taken to our details fragment, which has nothing now, but we want to just test things out. All right, let's click parks. All right, let's click one of these. We should go indeed to hello fragment. Very good. So that's good. That's real good. So if we go click back, should go back to our parks, go back, and takes us to hello fragment. Okay, so it's working. We're able to go to the next fragment. In the next video, we're going to structure that view model we talked about, which is going to encapsulate the data, in this case, our park object, set it, and then we'll be able to also retrieve it anywhere in our application, which is a much better way of doing this as opposed to trying to pass that information through our fragment. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Let's then create our view model. Okay, so to model, I'm going to go right click, new, create a Java class, call this park view model. The naming is always very important. Notice I say park view model because you could have more than one view model. Naming your view models correctly is very important. Okay, there we go. We have now our park view model. So again, this has to extend view model, make it final, immutable live data, which is going to be a park type. We'll have park type, that is. I'm going to call this selected park. Okay, I'm going to just instantiate as new, mutable, live data such. And we're going to create another one. It's also mutable. And in this case, it's going to be a list of park objects. Okay, so selected parks, and instantiate like that. Okay, so I'm going to say public void select set selected park, and it's going to be park object that we're going to pass. And really all we're going to be doing here is say selected park, it's immutable, say dot set value to the park that we're passing. Okay, this is very convenient because that means in our parks fragment here, we can then invoke the view model and say dot set selected park and pass this park here, which means really essentially we're saving that park state, that object, so we can use anywhere else we want. And of course, if we select or set it, we can also retrieve it. So I'm going to say public. And in this case, it's going to be live data. That's how it comes out. Park, I want to get that park, right? That's the type we want. And say get selected park. Just like this, doesn't have to pass anything. Return selected park as such, because at that point the selected park should have something, in this case a park. First I'm going to say public void set selected parks, like that, and we're going to pass the list of parks objects, and then we say selected parks. Make sure the difference here, so dot select, or in this case I'm going to say set value. I'm going to pass our parks, and of course we're also going to retrieve all those parks. Also we're going to retrieve all of those selected parks, in this case list, right? So public, it's going to be a list of park objects. So get parks, and this should return selected parks, and there you have it. All right. So now back here in our parks fragment, let's go to on view created. This is where pretty much everything happens. What we're going to do is very simple. First of all, remember we do have this park list here, so we actually want to dump all of the parks that we receive into it. That way it's easier for us to manage and we don't end up with duplicates. This is a very important step. So instead of just going repository.get parks as it is right now, what we can do instead, let's make sure that we actually set up our park view model, which means let's go up here and create a private park view model as such, and then we're going to instantiate right inside here. So inside of on view created, okay, say park view model as such, it's equal to new view model provider, and say require activity, okay, because that's what we need, and then dot, okay, pass the class. In this case it's going to be park view model dot class. So we have that handle there. All right, now the important thing also to remember is that we always have to check if the view model is actually not null. Instead, actually the data that is set in view model is not null. So I'm going to say park view model dot get parks. Remember? Very nice. We haven't set that yet, so we are doing things backward. Okay, so get parks dot get value, right? If it's not null, only then are we going to go ahead and say park list, this list here that we created earlier. That's when we're going to set that to the park. So we're going to populate it by saying park view model dot get parks, get that list. Okay, that's not true. I need to go ahead and say get value to actually get the values. All right, let's go ahead and make sure that we finish that correctly. I forgot to actually create an if statement. Now we also want to make sure that this park list is instantiated before. So I'm going to say park list inside of on create view, on create there. So I'm going to say park list is equal to new array list. Notice that we're getting park view that get parks, but we haven't set it. Where are we going to be setting that? The value, the actual values, where that will contain a list of object, in this case a list of parks. Well, we're doing things backwards here, right? You will see what are we doing. So I'm going to go back to our maps, Command E, say maps activity. So here where we're actually getting the parks and creating all of the markers and everything, this is the place, of course, where we can set up our view model, right? So to get all of these parks and put in our view model, that way this makes sense because we can now get all the parks, but we can't get something that we haven't set up. Does it make sense? So the whole idea here now is that we're going to have just one place, some sort of like a repository really, where all the data is always going to be available. Okay, so if we want to set it, we can set it and we can retrieve it from one place independent of where we are, if we are inside of our map activity or fragment, or in our parks activity or fragment, or as you will see in our details fragment. Okay, so it's much easier to have that data lingering there in our view model so that we can retrieve it and set it whenever we want, as opposed to having to constantly go back and do these requests to get all of the parks and so forth. Okay, so that means then here is the place where we're gonna get our park view model set up. But before we do that, because it is in the park, actually I should say not here, but in our maps activity, I meant here. And so, but before we do that, we need to set up our view model as we have done before. So at the top, I'm gonna say private, again, just like we did. I'm gonna say park view model again. Call this park view model. In fact, I can come down here and copy this entire thing because it's essentially the same thing. Actually, it is the same thing. Right after set content there, I can just go ahead and create that. Now, I don't need to say require activity because I am inside of an activity. Just pass this. That would work. And on top of that, I'm going to also create another list here called a park list. I'm going to say it's going to be a list that will contain park objects. Call this park list, like that, just like what we had before. Okay, so now that we have that set up, so we're going to come down here, on map ready, because this is where the show begins really. Get rid of this. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say park list and instantiate it, new array list. Okay. And then right after that, I'm going to say park list.clear. So each time the map is ready, is re-rendered, we're going to clear that park list to make sure that we have a clean state. The reason why we need to do this is because if we go back and forth between parks and maps and so forth as we click, if we don't clear our park list, things are still going to work, but in the background, we are duplicating our list, which means we're getting the same parks over and over again. You will not be able to see it, but the more you do it, at some point your app may crash because you are keeping adding duplicates of the markers on the map, and that's not a good thing. Very good. So now, next what we do in our repository get parks here, inside, this is where we say something like this, park list, and set it to our parks that we're receiving. When that happens, right after our for loop here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say something like this, park model view, look at the beauty, dot set selected parks, not park, just parks, because I want to select all of the parks and add them to our model view. In this case, I mean to our view model, I should say. So what is that I'm going to add? Well, park list, because in this case, the park list will have all of the parks that I need. Now, if we go back to our parks fragment, we don't need to do this anymore. We don't need to go back to the repository that get parks, because again, this is another unnecessary call to our API. So anytime you need to get rid of redundancy in code, you should always do it. So at this point here, I can just go ahead and go like this, get rid of that, and of course, just cut all of this and put exactly inside here. And of course, instead of parks, I'm going to say park list, just like that. So we no longer need to do this. Look how beautiful. Because, again, in our maps activity, we did all this work and we made sure to invoke the park view model and select and set selected parks and pass the park list. Now the view model is holding that list containing all of the parks that we have gotten retrieved from our repository. Right? That way, in parks fragment, all we have to do is, of course, invoke our park view model. That will have the information we want, because now we can say, hey, if the get parks, the get value is not null, that means there's something, and then we are going to then retrieve all of those parks and put in a new park list inside of this fragment. And then, of course, set up a recycle view and pass, of course, the park list, which is the data, in this case, all the lists of the parks. So we've simplified our lives here, and you'll see even further simplification. So now let's save and make sure we didn't make any mistakes, make sure that at least things are still working in a sense that we're getting information, which we're putting all of the markers on the map, and then our parks are also still going to show. Perfect. It's working as if we haven't changed anything. This is a good thing, but we know we've changed a lot actually. Let's now go to parks and see. And voila, it still works. But we know that this no longer goes and fetches the information again. At this point here, it goes and gets the parks from our park view. Is that awesome? Look at this. Very good. If I go back, clears everything, and we have, of course, all these parks. Very good. Now, the whole idea really that started all of this was the fact that we want to make sure that when we click on one of these, we go to this hello blank fragment. Obviously, that's not the end goal, is to actually pull in the information, right? Because remember, let's go back to our fragments there at the bottom here on park clicked. We have that park object, right? So the idea now is to set here, I'm going to say park view model. And that's why we had that single setter there. Set selected park and pass that park, just like this. So every time now, the idea is, let's go back actually to park. Every time we click any one of these, it's going to select this park that we clicked on and pass on onto our park view model, which means I can then go to our details here and create the same view model, right? And then I can retrieve that clicked park, which contains all of the fields that were selected. Look how easy this is right now. And this abstracts out all of the other mechanisms we had to deal with before, of having to pass data through within activities or between activities and fragments, activities and fragments. All that craziness is all gone now because we have this view model mechanism that is very, very, very useful. So in the next video, what are we going to do now that we have this park being passed onto details? We are going to check it out, make sure that indeed we're able to get this park object and print something out there, so we are sure that things are actually working. Very exciting. In fact, I want you to test that out yourself, because the idea really is still the same, is that you have to instantiate your park view model in our details fragment and then invoke the get selected park, and then you can start saying dot get name, all of the other properties. Okay, go ahead and give it a try before we go to the next video, and I'll see you next. So I hope you were able to set up the park view model here and retrieve the selected park. All right, so here is how you would do it. Say private, of course, and say park view model as such, called park view model. And then what we're going to do is inside on, and then we're going to override the on view created. Okay, that's because after everything has been created and the Android system is ready to rock and roll, this is where we're going to go ahead and instantiate our view model. So I'm going to say park view model, same thing, new view model provider, such, and require activity. Okay, gets that activity for us, the context, and get, this is going to be park view model dot class. Okay, so now we'll get a hold of our view model, which means we can do all sort of things. We can get that information, right? How do we do that? Well, first of all, just to show you that this is indeed true, we have this hello blank text view there. Let's give it an ID so we can retrieve it. Let's call this test. We're going to get rid of it anyway. All right, so that means then I can come down here and say something like this. Get that text view. Okay. Call this test is equal to, I'm going to say get root. And say view and get root view defined by r.id.test. Okay, the name of that text view. And then what I can do, because I have my park view, I can say park view model. I can say dot get park, and I can say observe, and then pass this as the life cycle and new observer like this, which we're going to change because we are now using Lambda to simplify our lives. We have all the parks. Look at this. Now I can say test.setText, say parks. Oh, I said get parks. Haha, that's why I'm getting a list. I don't want a list. I want just one park. All right, get park like that. Get park. Let's see. Get selected park. That's the name. Whew. All right, so instead of parks, it's going to be park. It doesn't matter, but just to be consistent. And now we have our park. So I can say park dot, I can say get name like this. Save. This means every time that when we click each one of these rows, we should be able to see the row click the name of this place or this park that was clicked. Is that true? Let's see. Go to parks. All right, let's click on this Coronado. Click Coronado, and voila, what you know, there is Coronado. It's showing there. If I go back, let's just scroll up a little bit. Let's go to Grand Canyon, click Grand Canyon. Oops, again, Grand Canyon, there is Grand Canyon. Go back. This just shows you that things are indeed working. Let's look at this Juan Batista de Anza. I don't speak Spanish very well, but I hope it sounded impressive. Click, and there we go. So it is working. The whole infrastructure we put together using the view model, the park view model, it is working. Now, I would like you to spend a few minutes to really look at this and see how wonderful, and hopefully you can appreciate what's happening. Now, like I said, using view model, it has saved us a lot of headaches. Now we don't have to worry about how do we pass things around from activity to fragment, from fragment to activity, or vice versa. All we need to do is use a view model, which allows us to set up the data, okay, the model in this case, data in the park, and we can set it, and then we can retrieve that anywhere we want, as long as we have that model at hand. This is huge. Now, this means this is just the beginning of everything. That means because we got a hold of our park object, as you see here, we can do all sort of things, right? Now, it's just a matter of going to our fragment details and actually start creating the fragment details, the user interface, putting all the widgets together so we can create, so that way we can start getting all of these fields, okay, in our park, like the get name, get description, essentially all of these other fields that we may or may not have set up into our Pojo. So once we have the data, the user interface just follows, and it's much easier. And this is power, ladies and gentlemen. You should get excited about this. This is really exciting, okay? So take a few seconds to appreciate this. I think it will be really good for you. All right, very good. So we'll stop here because I just want to make sure that we have the data component side of things working perfectly. Everything is good. And we'll stop here for now. And in the next videos, we will tackle the user interface. So it's going to be a little bit involved because this user interface has a lot of moving parts, a lot of pieces and bits and so forth, but nothing that you can't handle. And we're going to go through all of that together. Okay, very good. Take a little bit of time if you need to appreciate this view model mechanism that we've been using here, because it's just mind-blowing, and I think engineers have done a great job creating the view model. All right, so I know that I'm sounding like a big fan of the view model. That's because indeed I am, and you should be as well. Okay, wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you in the next videos. Right, so now we are going to be looking at putting together the details page or the details view. So in this case here, the details view is a little bit more complex in that it's going to be inside of a scroll view, all of it, because there's a lot of information. But what we're going to be focusing on first is going to be this central area here where we're going to be able to add images. As you've seen earlier, there could be more than one images. In fact, in most cases, each park has more than one image, right, of the park. And so we are going to use yet another widget called view pager. So a view pager essentially allows us to create a scrollable view. In this case, it's going to be a horizontal scrollable view. That way we can get as many images and people can scroll left and right so they can go to the next image. So we are going to focus on putting that infrastructure, in this case, the view pager, together. That way, at least we can see the images being shown. Let's go ahead and get started. So back to our project here, let's open our fragment details XML. So this is going to change. This is exactly what we currently have, and this is certainly not what we want to go for. So we're going to delete all of that and redo everything. Now, the thing to remember here is that everything is going to be inside of a scroll view because, as I said before, each park has a lot of details information because we have a lot of data that is coming in, a lot of different fields that we need to put in our screen here. So a scrollable view is the right candidate. So we're going to restructure everything here. First, I'm going to change this root here. Instead of frame layout, it's going to be a linear layout as such. And let's see, and I'm going to give it an ID. I'm going to set ID. I'm just going to call this fragment details. Okay. And match parent. The background color, I'm going to change this to a different color. It's going to be Android white, and everything else is good. Oh, I need to make sure that the orientation actually is vertical. That's very important. Otherwise, it's just going to be horizontal because that is the default. There we go. So now we are going to get rid of all of this because we no longer need that. And before I forget, let's go back to our details fragment. Notice we're going to have issues here because indeed this no longer exists. So I'm going to just delete that as well as whatever's inside there. Okay, so let's go back to fragments, details. Next, we're going to add a scroll view because, like I said, we want to be able to add all of the data, all of the fields, all of the information about this park in a scroll view because there's a lot of information. So to do so, I just go ahead and start putting together scroll view as such. And before I forget, let's say this is match parent as well as match parent. I'm going to give a padding, a general padding of about 8 dp. And also I'm going to give a padding bottom of about 32 dp. This will become more apparent because we will have to give a padding at the bottom to make sure that everything fits correctly. If we go to the design here, it's not going to look like much, but at least we will know that we have the fragment details and then we have the scroll view. And the next thing we want to do is we're going to add a linear layout directly as a child to scroll view. Linear layout, and I want this vertical linear layout put right there. Make sure that it's inside because we can actually fold it and open it like this. Okay, there's a linear layout, and we can add all other things inside there. So what we're going to be adding there is, first of all, I'm going to add a text view inside, and this one is going to be called, let's give it an ID. I'm going to call this details park name. So it's going to take the park name. Okay, very good. And I'm going to add another one, the ID details underscore park designation. Oops, should be designation like this. Okay, there it is, designation. That looks good. And what I'm going to do for each one of these, let's go ahead and set up text size. I'll make this about 24, the first one. And I want this to be bold, so text style, like that. All right. Very well. Now the next thing we're going to do is we are going to add, still inside of this linear layout, we're going to add the view pagers. So we're going to go back up here in our palette, just start typing view pager as such. So You will see here as a recording of this video, it says View Pager 2. That means, of course, there have been other View Pager, different versions. So this is the current one. If you are watching sometime in the future in 2030, it may be View Pager 3, right? It doesn't matter. We're going to get this one here, View Pager 2. I'm going to put right below there, and there it is. So you can't quite see there yet because it's not set up. Okay, let's go ahead and set it up. Let's start with adding a few things. The first thing is going to be the ID. Just call this details view pager. Okay, there it is. And for the width, match parent. And for the height, I'm going to actually write it. For the height is going to be about 225 dp like that. And voila, you can now see there is a view pager. So we increased the height and there you have it. Give it a little margin to the top, and let's give it a top margin so that it's a little bit separate, so that it's a little bit separate from the text view there. Okay, say margin top 16 dp like this. Okay, so it moved down a little bit. It's very good. And while I'm here, let's give a margin bottom of about 8 dp. Very good. So anything that comes below, it's going to have that margin there. So right, so at this point we could stop here because we need to actually spend some time setting up our details view pager, because that's another widget that will require us to create an adapter so that we can inflate a row of some sort which will contain the images. So it's going to be exactly pretty much the same as we do with a recycler view. That's what we need to focus in the next video. So as I said before, our view pager here behaves exactly as a recycler view, in that a recycler view requires you to create two separate views, if you will, two separate layouts. So we have the row, right, layout that is going to be inflated inside of the actual recycle view widget. So we have the recycle view widget comparatively, right? So in this case, it's just our view pager. Now we need to create the actual contents that will be inside of this view pager. So that means then we need to go to our project. I'm going to layout. I'm going to create a new layout resource here, and I'm going to call this view pager row as such. And our view pager row is going to be very simple in that I won't even need to have that constraint layout. In fact, let's go to code here, and I'm going to change this whole thing to say something else. Let's see. It's going to be card view widget like this. And let's set all of these up instead of match parent. So we have match parent and match parent, and let's give it a total layout margin like this of about 10 dp. I'm going to give an elevation so that it looks a little bit elevated, 5 dp, and corner radius, so corner radius of about 12 dp, so that it looks round and nice. Now go to design. We should be able to see. It's kind of hard to see because everything is in there. So let's go back to our code here to set things up. Let's add something inside of this card view, which is going to be just an image. So I'm going to say image view as such. And this is going to be match as well as match. And the thing about this image view is that I want to make sure that the scale type, I'm going to say scale type, is going to be fit XY. So it's going to pull everything in so that it fits in the entire card view, as you will see. All right, and let's give it an ID. All right, I'm going to call the view pager image view as such. Now, one thing we can do, let's go to our design here. I can click on the image view, that is, and go to attributes again. And I can actually add a source compact. So what this is going to do is it will allow us to add some sort of placeholder image. Now remember this, if we add this, it's going to be a reference to a tools sample avatar, which means this is just good for us to take a look at the image as we are here. Okay. So in this case here, when we run this app, if we were to connect everything, we wouldn't be able to see this image there showing. Okay, that's one thing to remember. If we go back to code, you can see now this was added there. All right, so we have our view row or view pager row. Create the adapter, the view pager adapter. So let's go back to our adapters. I'm gonna right click, new Java class. It's view pager adapter as such. And interesting enough, this actually extends recycler view adapter. So recycle view Android like that. I'm going to say adapter, just like we have seen before with recycle views, because the mechanisms behind a view pager and a recycle view, the way it handles the data that's being shown is pretty much the same. In fact, it is the same in many cases. So in this case here, I'm going to say view pager, again, this same class, pager adapter, and call the image slider. Could have named anything because it's a class we're going to be creating anyway. I'm going to go ahead and create this class, create like that. Okay. And of course, we need to implement a few methods there, just all of them. Okay. And there we go. So most of these methods actually look pretty familiar, like the onBind view holder, and then we have the get item count and so forth. So our image slider here class will extend recycler view dot view holder, which means of course we need to create a matching constructor as such, and we get back to that. At the top of this class, we're going to create a few variables here, a few instance variables or fields, but most importantly, we're going to create this one first, which is going to be a list of images. Again, remember, this images is going to be our model images from our namespace. Okay, that's very important. And we're going to call this image list as such. And that means then, if we, inside of our constructor, let's go ahead and create a constructor here. Just click like this, and voila, we have our constructor. So in this case, that means we're going to have to pass an image list and set it up as you see there. And so on create view, just like we've seen many times now, we're going to create a view object by saying layout inflator. I'm going to inflate from, I'm going to use the parent that get context, right? And then we can go ahead and inflate, say that inflate from where, from r.layout, and get our view pager row and pass, of course, our parent. And now that we have that view, we can go ahead and return it, but we return it by actually using the image slider in this case and pass our view. Now we could have very well have called this image slider here, this class, could have called that, of course, a view model or whatever else we want, but this works obviously. Okay, so the naming of this class could have been view holder or holder, whatever we wanted. It doesn't really matter, but at least we see that the same concept we've seen before with recycle views is being applied here. In fact, you see we are extending recycle view adapter. Now on bind view, this is where we do work, right? This is where we get all the images and we start putting it together in the user interface. But before we do that, we need to go back to our image slider here and get our image view. Say public. Remember, it has to be public because we need to access this, right? It's going to be image view, Android widget, call image view. We only have one because remember, we're getting just this row here, which has this one image view inside of this card view. And then here we're going to say image view, setting it up. Obviously, I'm going to say item is equal item view find by r.id and view pager image view as such. Okay, so now we have our image view set up and created, which means that before we forget, let's go ahead and say list. Here we're going to return the image list that gets size, or size that is. Okay, So what do we do? Well, the idea is very simple here. We don't have a lot of things happening. We only have the image view, which means we're going to use Picasso again to go ahead and get that image and resize it if we need to do, and place onto this image view. This, right? So I'm going to say Picasso. There is Picasso, that get, okay, and say load. How do we load the URL for each image? Well, we say image list, because this image list will have that image. Say get, and pass the position like this, okay, and then I'm say get URL, okay, and there we have it. And we're going to continue. I'm going to say fit. That means you're going to fit the entire view, which is the image view, which we'll add in a second here. I'm going to add a placeholder also in case that things don't work out. I'm going to say android.r drawable. That's stat, notify error, that works. And don't forget, of course, into the target image view. So I'm going to say, this is going to be holder, in this case, that image view. And there you have it. That's all. So now simply, I'm going to go to details fragment, and on view created here, this is where I can set everything up. Well, first, actually, I'm going to go ahead and create a field here, private. It's going to be a view pager adapter, like this. And then inside of on view created, I can set up our view pager. And then, of course, we need to go and pull in our view pager that we've just created, or we created earlier. The actual holder of the view pager row. Okay, so essentially the recycler view widget, right? All right, so to do that, of course, let's see, let's go back to details. I need to get also our view pager, of course, so private view pager. Make sure you get view pager 2, because that's what we're using. View pager, I just can say view pager such. And then on view created, right there, I can say view pager, okay, and set it up by saying view dot find by ID, or dot ID dot view pager, details of view pager, or view pager. What did I call? Yes, view pager. I think that's what we call. Let's make sure we're not getting something else. So click, yes, it's getting the exact view pager we're talking about. Very good. Sometimes we can get a little bit confused here. All right, so now we have a view pager, the actual view pager, as I said, this one there. It's time for us to work on our view pager adapter, or at least set it up, just like we did before. Well, I'm going to call this inside of our park view model, because this is where indeed we're going to have access to our park list of images, right? Because that is indeed what we want. So how do I get that? Well, I have the object, the park object. I say get images, which is the list of images we want, right? And then I'm going to say view pager, the widget. I'm going to set adapter and pass our view pager adapter like this. And the code is very simple. Remember, we are getting all of this information, the get selected part, because remember, this happens when we have clicked from our previous screen. We've clicked that object, that row. We got here, we're getting that particular park we've clicked on, and we're getting the images for that particular park, because that's what we want to do, to get all the images and add that to the view pager. All right, let's go ahead and run. Hopefully we've set everything up correctly, and we should be able to see some images in our view pager. Okay, let's go to parks. Still works. Let's just click on this one there. Click, and voila, the images are showing. And I'm going to attempt to scroll. There we go. You can see the image. Now, because I'm on an emulator here, it's really difficult for me to keep scrolling and getting other images. But know that there are a lot of other images there. As you can see, it's splitting out there. So if I click, I can keep going. The problem is that, again, the difficulties of using a mouse and trying to scroll, it's really difficult to do that. But it is working. We have our images showing up perfectly there, right? If we go back to our parks and click somewhere else, let's say I want Grand Canyon, click Grand Canyon. Oh, look at that. So we are now literally getting all the images, these images, depending on where we are trying to get which state, we're getting all the images that are coming from the API, as many as there are. We're getting this URL and add all that stuff. If we wanted, we could have also added a caption, right? Inside of this, at the bottom for each image, we could have added a caption. But that's something you can do yourself. That is really simple to do. So the sky really is the limit. Notice we just cherry picking all the fields that we want to show, right? There's credit, there's title, which we're not using, caption, all text, and all these things. All we're interested in this case is just URL, because that's what gets us the image. But you can play around and add pull in other fields if you like. Very well. So it's working. It's very exciting. At least I'm excited. I hope you're as excited as I am. But again, I'm always excited. So that's probably doesn't say much. Okay. This is fun. Let's see what else can we click. How about this one? I've never even heard of that. Okay, there we go. Beautiful pictures, by the way. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Okay, so it's working, and I can't really go to the next other pictures because, again, my limitations on my computer here is not permitting. But if you're able to, if you just click in the right place and scroll all the way, it should get you the next and next one. But I'm not able to. But anyway, it's working, and that's all that matters. Well, now that we did the hard part, which was to get the images all set up with ViewPager, it is time to continue with the other text views that we have here, other widgets. So we have this top one and the middle one there, and we'll keep adding other things because remember, all of this is inside of a scroll view. So we're gonna be able to scroll up and down as we add more information. Okay, let's do that. This text view, these two text views, we already have the IDs for. We go to our ViewPager row. In fact, we no longer need that. Let's go to details there. There it is. And this text, let's close this down. Space is always gold here. Let's get rid of this as well. Okay, so we have details park, that's the ID, and the details designation. So let's set that up. Why not? Let's go to our details fragment. And right about there, below our park view instantiation or creation, I'm going to say text view. This is park name, and I'm going to say view dot get, or in this case, just find by r.id. I'm going to say details park name as such. Continue another one, text view. It's going to be park designation. Find by. And there we have it. Those are the two that we have. So we can do the same thing inside, of course, of our park selected, because we have that object. I can just go ahead and do exactly that, right? I can go here and say park name, set text. Let's say park name, set text, and say park dot get name. Okay, and then park designation. Set text park dot get designation. If we save this and run, okay, let's go back to our parks again. Just click anywhere. Taking time to load all the images, that's fine. There we go, beautiful pictures. I'm just impressed by the pictures. And you can see Casa Grande Ruins, National Monument. Go back to parks again. Let's see, Fort Bowie, National Historic. So it is working and the images are showing beautifully. There they are. And we go back to see other images. Let's see, Glen Canyon and titles and designation. Everything's working perfectly. Oh, wonderful. I'm just impressed by the images. So really, we're just going to have to do it. So I'm going to copy, click text view, put it right below our text, our view pager there, give it its ID. This is going to be description text. We're not going to use anything that, because we're not going to use that actually. This is going to be just a label. And I'm going to say this is called this description as such. And what I can do also is, it's hard coded. I can click there and just fix that for description. That's what it wants us to do. Okay, that's fine. You can't quite see it there, but it's there. In fact, let's see. One thing I need to do is make this linear layout, perhaps. Now, because this is all very mundane, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put all of the other widgets in place so that we don't have to spend too much time, because that's something I believe you can do on your own and you can have the code anyway. So just give me a second, and next time you see me, all of this is going to be different and filled in. Okay, the magic of editing. Now everything is in there. Go to design. You can see we have that scroll view that you can actually scroll in back and forth there. And we have all of these widgets that we've added. Okay, with all the widgets set up, what we need to do now is go back to our details fragment and just pull all of those in so that we can get started. It's a tedious thing again, so just to make it so that we don't get all tired of watching me code, I already have the code. And it's not a big deal, guys. It's okay. I'm just going to put it all in there. That way, we don't have to watch me type a lot of code. So this is very simple. There's really nothing out of this world here. Now, notice here I can say view that get root view. Same thing, really. Either way will work in this case. All right. So we're getting description, activities, entrance, hours, and details, topics, and so forth. So we have all those views, or I should say all of the widgets that we need. Remove space there. Okay, now it's time for us to fill all of these up. Okay, all right. So continuing here, we have the park. Let's look at the, let's go ahead and add a description real quick. Say description and set here. I'm going to say park dot get description, not designation. Okay. And the next thing we need to add is going to be the activities. So if you look back here in our API, let's find activities. So an activity is actually, it's going to be a list, I believe. Let's go back, activities. Let's go. There's a list here which contains object for each activity. So auto and ATV, scenic drive, got ID and name. So we need to loop through all of this, and then what I'm going to do is extract each one of these names, right, of each activity, and I'm going to put all of that inside of one string builder. That way we have all of them in one place. So it's just a little trick here. There's many ways to do this again. Okay, call this string builder, doesn't matter, a new string builder. And then I'm going to create a for loop here for I. Okay, and because I'm inside, remember, of this get park, so I can do sort of things like this. I'm going to say park dot get activities. Look, activities is actually a list of activities, so I'm going to say get size. So I'm going to loop through all of them, and I'm going to append, use the string builder, and start appending each one of those activities names. So I'm going to say park and get activities like this, and just get, pass the I iterator, get name. Okay, and I'm going to continue appending that append. And what I want to do is each time we are going to add in a pipe to differentiate or to separate each one of these. And I'm going to give it a space around like this. Okay. So once the for loop is done, that's when we're going to go like this. We're going to say activities. That's when I'm going to use the activities text view. So activities text view, that's set text and pass our string builder. So if we run this right now, so we see exactly if things are actually working, we should be able to see, hopefully, something pleasing to the eye. So click parks, pick any one of these. Oops, we're having issues. Details fragment. We look at this, it seems like we're getting null pointer exception, which means that the size of our array, this get activity list, or get activity I should say, it's non-existent because something is not right. Why is that? Well, this goes back to understanding exactly how we're getting the information. So let's go back to our repository. Okay, so repo, this, and because we didn't finish adding or setting up our park, okay, we never set up the activities, so we need to do that. That's why we're getting those issues. So whenever you have those issues, that means that we didn't set up the object properly. Let's go back to our payload here, our API. Notice we have activities, which is an array again. So we're going to loop through and create those objects, right, for each one of the activities, and then put that in a list, and then set up, and then use park that set activities and set that list. So we have that data. All right, so we're going to do pretty much the same thing we've been doing previously here, get the JSON array and do all that. So here I'm going to say set up activities. Now remember, these are activities as in activities, as you see here, these activities, not activities, the Android activities. That's a good distinction to remember. So first of all, let's create our JSON array. So activity array is equal to JSON object. That's our parent object. Get JSON array, and the name is activities, like this. And then we're going to create a list which will contain activities object. Make sure again, not activity Android app, but it has to be our own model class. It's very, very important. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of issues, and we don't like those kind of issues. Call this activities list is equal to new array list, just to initialize it. Okay, so once we have that, of course, I'm going to say for I to create a for loop here. I'm going to say activity list dot size, and we're going to loop through. But as we loop through, we're going to create activities object. So activities is equal to new activities, and here I'm going to say activities. I'm going to set the ID if I want to. I'm going to say activities, then activities array dot get JSON object, and pass our J index, and say get string, which is going to be ID. So now I'm setting up go get this ID and say that ID, even though we're not going to be using it, but why not? Okay. Most importantly, now we're going to say activities again. I'm going to set the name, going through the same process activity array, get JSON object, pass J, get string, and we pass name. Okay, and let's not forget to say activity list. As we do this, we're going to add these activities objects, and at the end I'm going to say park. It's important. Now we're going to set the activity list, so activities, and pass our activity list. At this point, we should have a lot of information. Once we do this, notice we are going to be able to actually get those activities, and you should see no errors. Let's run this so we are sure that this is indeed working. Click on parks, click anywhere, and yes, it's working, but we don't see anything showing there. What is the problem? Like set text, maybe it doesn't have any activities. Let me go ahead and let's go and look at the repository to make sure we're doing it. Okay, so I see it. I have a problem here. I'm using activities list size, which is empty at this point, so I should use the activity array. That's what we need, activity array, because that is indeed what is coming in as the length of our list containing all of these activities. All right, I think we've just solved the problem. Just a few mistakes here and there. It's part of programming. Okay, with any luck, right now we should be able to get the correct results. Okay, just click this one there, and voila, you can see now we have the correct information. Yay! Very well. Let's see. It says activities, astronomy, stargazing, and so forth. Very good. If I go back, let's go to a different. How about this one? How about that one? Click, and this one here looks amazing. Of course, loving these pictures, and you can scroll, see other pictures they're showing, and I can scroll up. You can see the activities are showing. Very well. So it is indeed working. So whenever in doubt, make sure that your arrays that you're referencing are actually correct. That's why we were having that issue. We weren't seeing anything. So what I want you to do, because now you understand what's going on, I want you to finish the other things that we have here, right? The other widgets. We have the topics, we have the entrance, and the text for operating hours, okay? So I want you to look at the payload. For instance, for our topics, if you go to the payload, look for topics. In fact, it's going to be close to activities. So click, there's the topics. It's going to be pretty much the same what we did with activities, right? And so come down here and set it up just like we did here. It's going to be pretty similar. And once you're done, make sure to go to details, like details fragment, and go ahead and set, of course, do the same thing we did here with the string builder and set that details topics, just like we did. I'm very confident we can do it. Go ahead and do that before we go to the next video. Okay, so let's put together the details topics. Let's go back to our repository. It's going to be pretty much the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to say JSON array again, topics array. I'm going to pass our JSON object. Get JSON array and pass topics as such. Right. Again, remember what we're doing is fetching this array. All right, another create a list first, which will contain topics objects. Okay, called topic list, new array list, and then let's create a for loop here for I. This time, make sure we don't make the same mistake. Topics array that length. And inside here, I'm going to create a topics object first. And then I'm going to say topics, that's set ID. It's going to be topics array, get JSON object, pass J, looping through, and get string, it's going to be ID, essentially the same thing we did before. And then topics set name, same thing, get JSON, J, get string, and it's going to be name. So again, we just setting up this topics object. And let's not forget to use our topics list. And we're going to add this new topics that have been added. And at the end of all, I'm going to say park.set topics and pass our topics list. Okay. And while we're here, let's go ahead and look at the hours, because we're going to be using that. Okay, let's see. Operating hours. So operating hours, we have a list, and then we have one object which contains another object. All right, so this is going to be fun. Let's start with JSON array. Say op hours, JSON object, get JSON array, and it's operating hours. Make sure we got it correct. Yes, operating. All right, and then I'm going to create a list that will contain operating hours objects. Okay, operating hours and new array list as such. Okay, another for loop. What's new? And we're going to say operating hour list dot actually we're going to say op hours. I was about to make the same mistake as before. And inside here we're going to create, of course, and inside here I'm going to create an object called operating hours. Say OP is equal to new operating hours. As such. So again, because we have an actual object that we need to set up, so we're doing that. And once I have that, I'm going to go ahead and say operating hours. And once I've done that, I'm going to say set description. So I'm going to go ahead and get the description first. And it's going to be op hours, the JSON array, get JSON object, and we pass J, get string, and the string is going to be description. So we're getting this description here. Okay, very good. Now, next we are going to go ahead and get the standard hours, because notice the standard hours are another object here which has these fields to be set. Okay, so we're going to say now we need to create another object. The standard hours, right? Standard hours is equal to new standard hours. And then I'm going to create a JSON object because we need to fetch that. Call this hours is equal to op hours. So we come back to this main object here to get the fields. So op hours, I'm going to say dot get. Oops. Okay. So I'm going to say op hours. I'm going to go ahead and get JSON object, pass J, and get JSON object again, probing in to get the standard. Now we need to do some work because we need to go ahead and set up each one of these individually, unfortunately. Okay. No problem. We are programmers. We are used to this now. So I'm going to say standard hours. I'm going to just say set Wednesday. Start there. And I'm going to go through hours, get string, and pass Wednesday, like this, Wednesday. So again, we are setting up the standard hours here to the actual hours. You see standard hours. We set Wednesday to whatever we have, set Monday, and so forth. So I'm going to do the same thing for all others so that you don't get bored. I'm just going to magically type everything. Now I need to go ahead and say our which are operating hours, and set this standard. So I'm going to say op.set standard hours, and I'm going to pass our standard hours that we just created. Okay, that's very important. So it sounds a little bit confusing, but we're doing a few things. First of all, we went ahead and got this operating hours array, and we probed in, created another object, and from that object we went directly and got the description, I believe. And then we create another object, which is the standard hours, which then we start setting up the Wednesday, Monday, Thursday, and so forth. Okay, we're not done yet because we could still have our list of operating hours here that we need to add to. So we're going to say the list of operating hours. So I think what we call operating hours list. Let's go. I'm going to add our operating hours, so our ops, like this. It's a lot of work, but worth it. Okay, while we're here, let's continue with other ones. That way we can just do all of them and call it good. Before I forget also, let's set the park. Oh, too many things, but we get there. So I'm going to set type, of course, set operating hours, pass our operating hours list like this. That's very important. Otherwise, again, we'll get that error, or otherwise we'll have an empty operating hours. And next, I'm going to go ahead and say directly park dot set direction info, and I'm going to say JSON object and say get string and say directions info like that. So what I'm doing here, I don't have to do any looping because it's part of the main object. So if you say directions info, it's right there. It's not included in an array or an object, so we can go directly and fetch that. If we wanted to get the directions URL, we could have done that as well. Next, we're going to do the entrance fees, as you see here, okay? So to get the cost, description, and so forth. Let's go ahead and do that. All right. As you see, it's still also an array and contain an object, okay? Very similar. JSON array, entrance fees array, JSON object, get JSON array, and it's called entrance fees, okay? And once I have that, I'm going to go ahead and create a list containing entrance fees objects, or entrance fees list. Okay, so for I entrance array dot length, and now I'm going to create an entrance fees object, and I'm going to say entrance fees. I'm going to set the cost to entrance fees array dot get, actually the object, JSON object, pass J and get string, and we're getting the cost. So essentially, I'm getting this object and probing and get the cost value. Okay. And I can say entrance fees. I'm going to set description, and entrance fees again, set title, pass in the title. Make sure that they all description and title. Very good. And of course, don't forget to say entrance fees list. I'm going to add our entrance fee. And most importantly, also, let's not forget to say park entrance fees list to entrance fees list. And while I'm here, I can also say park. Let's see, I can get the weather information. This one here. Since it's outside, I can directly set it up. So park dot set weather info, JSON object, and get string weather info, just like that. If we run, nothing will happen. That means we have to go to details here and set up all of these other widgets. Now it's way simpler because we can just go ahead, for instance, the entrance fees. Let's start with entrance fees. Now, because we know sometimes for the entrance fees, it could be that this array is empty. Okay, let's account for that. It may happen. So I'm going to say if park.get entrance fees.length, or in this case, that size, okay, is greater than 0. This is when we are good to go. So I'm going to just say entrance fees that set text, and I'm going to say park dot get entrance fees. I'm just going to go ahead and get the first one, of course, because it's usually just one array. So I'm going to just go ahead and get that element, the first one, which is 0 index. Say get cost. Okay. And what I can do also, I can append some text here that would say something like cost in dollar amount, and concatenate, give a space there like this. It's going to complain, so that means we need to extract that. I'm going to use that, and voila. All right. Now, in any other case, I'm going to say else. Well, if that's the case, then entrance fees set text. I'm going to just say something like info not, and let's go ahead and extract that to a string resource. Oops, I made a mistake, but that's fine. Actually, let's go ahead and rename that to make sure that we get the correct label. Okay, let's refactor that. Okay, much better. There we go. So that helps us in cases that we don't have anything in our array of entrance fees. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, we're going to add the hours. So I'm going to create a string builder here. Call this ops string. Okay, it's equal new string builder. So for ops string here, I'm going to just start appending. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say Wednesday. And I'm going to say dot append. I'm going to say park and get operating hours. Get the first item because that's going to be in the first index. Say get standard hours. Yes, get Wednesday. Yes, quite a mouthful, but it works. So essentially what we're doing now, we're just getting the information that we have set up. So once I have that done, what I need to do is I'm going to append a new line so that each one that comes after that is going to be aligned as a new line. So we did for Wednesday, we're going to do for others as well. So I'm going to just speed up the typing here so that way you don't have to watch me. Okay, and there we go. I could put this on the other line like this. Okay, so we have all of them set up. And let's not forget to say up hours. Let's set text to up string. Let's go ahead and check to make sure that we are not getting errors. Okay, let's click anywhere. And you can see now it's starting to look way better. So let's make this a little bit bigger. It's hard to see everything. Of course, the images are still working. You can scroll and you can see other images. I can't see everything. Okay, so you can see now we have our description, which we haven't set up. We will in a second, but activities is there. Topics, it's not showing yet. We should add our topics just a second here. But we can see that our entrance fee is 0. And we can also see our operating hours is also showing all day there. Now we need to add directions and topics. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, so I'm going to add our topics here. Same thing really. Create a string builder. Topic builder. New string builder. Okay. Now for I. Park.get topics. Of course, get the size. All right, so here topic builder. I'm going to append a park. Get topics. Get I. And get name. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and append a new line, or actually put a pipe there to separate them. Okay, and outside, I'm going to just go ahead and details topic, the text view, set text to our topics builder. Okay, let's go ahead and do what else we need here. We need directions. Is it directions? Yes, directions. Well, for directions, so we're talking about these directions info there. Sometimes they may be empty. So what I'm going to do, put an if statement here. I'm going to say if not util, or I think it's text utils that is empty. So if it's not empty, what is not empty? Well, our park dot get directions info. That's not empty. Then that means we're going to go ahead and say directions text view that set text to park dot get directions info as such. Else directions that set text. I'm going to say directions not available. Like that. And we'll need to extract that. No directions. And looks like our description, which we've added earlier, is not quite working. Get description. That means we didn't set up the description here. So I'm going to say this description. So it's straight. I'm going to just somewhere here, I'm going to say park. This is inside of our repository. So set description. I'm going to say JSON object dot get string description as such. Okay, I think this should work right now. Okay, let's run. Okay, let's go to parks and click Fort Bowie. And voila, you can see now description is working, activity is working. You can scroll up. We have topics, entrance fee, and directions. Everything is indeed working. So each time we go ahead and click on either one of these, let's go find something different. That one in Arizona, we get the name, national monument, all these images that you can scroll left and right, descriptions and activities. Entrance is $10. Apparently they don't believe in free entrance. And of course, operating hours, directions, and there you have it. All right, so it's working perfectly, and also our map is still working. We can click and do all sorts of things. Now, there are other things we're going to be doing, which is we're going to create a customized info window. Info window in this case is going to be what is going to pop up just like this. So we want to add more information, and also we want to add a way of which we can select or type in the state code ourselves so we can zoom into that state. So if you want Nevada, we can say NV, hit enter, and it's going to just show all the Nevada parks. Okay, at this point here, we don't have that capability. So there's still work to be done, but be happy that we are making good progress. We're able to put together the details fragment, which is working perfectly here. This is a reason for celebration. So go ahead and celebrate. In the next video, we are going to be able to finalize this app so that it's solid and ready to go. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next videos. At the moment, things are working perfectly. We have set up everything. We have our parks. We click there. You can go ahead and click and get to that details page or screen in that case with all this information. Okay, so we can go back to our maps, and there we go. Very good. Now, what we're going to do next is if you noticed, we have this feature where we click or tap on either one of those markers, this happens. So we have this, what we call an info window per se, right? So it gives us the opportunity to add something. If we go back to our maps, we're able to add the title, and in this case, we're putting the get full name. As you see here, we're passing in new marker options, and then position, pass the position Sydney. In this case, actually, this should be, let's change this to location. Shift F6 to just change everywhere, call this location. I think that's more appropriate. All right, so we pass the location, and then we can add some sort of a metadata onto our marker options there. In this case, pass our title, and that's what you see. Now we want to make this a little bit more customizable, meaning we want to add a little bit more data to it. Okay, so what we need to do to customize this pop-up is we need to invoke or create what's called a custom info window. Well, to do that, we have to create the layout and then, of course, the class or adapter that will go and inflate the layout so then we can create that info window. So ultimately, what we're going to be able to do is once we create our new pop-up, the info window, we are going to add more information to that info window and also make it so that when that info window is clicked, we go straight to a details page. So this is another way to help users to navigate our app. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and get rid of all of these other tabs that we don't need to see them. So first I'm going to go to our layout, right click, and create a new layout resource. Call this custom info window like this. Maybe info underscore window. Close this down. All right, so we have our constraint layout here. What I'm going to do just to organize things, let's go ahead and get a card view, because it's always nice to have that card view feel. So card view, and I'm going to put right inside of our constraint layout. And of course, we're going to have to add a few constraints to the top, left, and right. Okay. You can't quite see it, but it's there. And let's give a top margin of about 16 and 0 left, 0 right. That's fine. Let's give also a defined height. So let's say about 75 or 74 dp. That works. And there we go. You can see it now. Now it's all white. That's why you can't really see exactly, but it's there. While we're here, let's go ahead and set up the corner radius. And it's going to be, let's give it about 12 dp. That is hard to see. And elevation of about 5 dp. Okay, so there it is. Let's make it a little bigger. Close this down for a second. If I click away, you can see there's that nice outline there. Right, very good. So next, I'm going to add a couple of texts there inside of our card view. So 1 and 2. Okay, let's move this. So there we go. And let's first of all give an ID. And say info title. Okay. And what I want to do, I'm going to center it horizontally. So I'm going to center for layout gravity. And there we go. It's now in the middle. And I'm going to add, let's give a general padding. dp. That's nice. And we're going to do the same thing with the other ones. I'm going to add another one, general padding as well. Might as well, right, while we're here. 10 dp. Okay, and I also want it to be in the middle. So I'm going to say center, layout gravity, layout horizontal center. There we go. But I also want to make sure that it's not on top of what we have there. I'm going to add a margin, top margin of about 16 dp. And you can see there it is. And I can give it a little bit more. How about 18 dp? Okay, so there's some nice space there. And before I forget, let's give it a title, or an ID, I should say. This is going to be info. The title is going to be info state. Enter. That's very good. And voila. Now we don't need to add the text. In fact, I can just get rid of these texts there completely. They're going to be empty, of course, nothing you will see, but we're going to be invoking, or we will be inflating this view in our class, which is going to be the adapter equivalent. All right, so once we have that done, I think we should be good for now. Let's go back to our project here. Inside of adapters, I'm going to create a new adapter. So right click, Java class, and call this custom info windows. Info window like this. Okay, so this info window here, I'm going to implement the Google Map info window adapter. And of course, we'll have to go ahead and implement those methods that are necessary. And also, we're going to create a constructor. And this constructor here, the first thing we're going to do is let's go ahead and pass a context here. So I'm going to say context like this. And in this case here, let's go ahead and say private And let's create a context outside here. Say context, which means inside I'm going to say this, that context. I'm going to set that to the context that we're passing. The other thing we're going to do here, I will need a layout inflator. So I'm going to say private layout inflator, call layout inflator like that. And we are also going to set up here this, that layout inflator. Just go ahead and instantiate it. So it's going to be context, okay, get system service. And in this case, I'm going to say context and layout inflator as such. Okay, and of course we will have to wrap this around an actual layout context, layout inflator that is. All right, so this essentially we are instantiating our layout inflator. The reason why we need that is because, as you see, when we go ahead and implement the info window adapter, it doesn't give us the onCreate view as we saw in other types of adapter, right? In those cases, we already have access to layout inflator. So in this case, we don't have that, so that's why we have to go and pull in the layout inflator so that we can use it. All right, the next thing we're going to do here, I'm going to create another field type of view, which also we're going to pass around inside here. Actually, yes, let's do that here. Now that we have our layout inflator, we can use that. I'm going to say view and set it to layout inflator dot inflate r dot layout, and we want to get, let's see, let's go ahead and import r, and we want to go and get custom info window. For the root, it's going to be null. So now whenever we call custom info window, the constructor, we're going to be able to set up the context, of course we need, but most importantly the layout inflator. We get that so that we're able to actually invoke the inflate and inflate our custom view or custom info window. The method that we're going to be looking into really here is going to be this one here, the get info contents. Because if you look closely, this is, we need to return the actual view. So essentially here is where we're going to go into our custom window, XML, and get all of these widgets. Okay, and set them up and do all sort of things. Okay, so what we want to do is first, obviously, let's go ahead and say text view, because we only have 2 text views. Park name, I'm going to set it to view, find by r.id.info title. Let's say r.id info title, and then the same thing, text view. This is going to be park state view.find by r.id info state. Okay, now that we have those, we can go ahead and say park, give some space, park name.set text to what? Well, the beauty here is that I can say something like this, marker.get title. Where is this coming from? Well, remember we're passing this marker here object, which is exactly going to be the marker that we are creating this add marker here. So it's going to be this marker here. So it's going to go ahead and get the title, which we set it to be park get full name. All right, so we can go ahead and continue. So for our park state, I can say park state, not name. I'm going to set text. Now, what are we going to set it to? Well, because we are passing, because we have access to our marker, again, because we're using that, we can go back to our maps activity and add another marker options here, right? So the other way I can do this, let's reconstruct this so it makes more sense. So what I'm going to do, let's come outside. We're still inside of our get parks. I'm going to create a marker options object called marker options and set it to new marker options, because this is what we use to add metadata to our markers, as you see. And then here I'm going to say position. I'm going to pass the latitude and longitude, so lat long, which we haven't created. Let's go ahead and create. Actually, we call it location. So call it location. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and say the title. Essentially, it's going to be exactly what I did here. So I'm going to say park dot get full name. And the other thing I can do also, I can also add all sort of things here. But what I can add is what we call the snippet. So essentially it's going to be a string that I can pass along. The states this park belongs to. So I'm going to say park again, the object dot get states. Right? Now that I've set up like this, no longer do I need to do this. So I can just go ahead and clear that up and pass our marker options. But before I finish here, I'm going to... This is another way to do this, especially if you want to add more properties to our marker options. And then we pass marker options. The other thing I can do, I can actually come and say dot and icon. And what I can do now here, I can pass a bitmap descriptor type, which allows us to go and create a different color or give a different hue to all of the markers. If I want or need to do so. What I mean by that, I can say bitmap descriptor factory. Let's get that one. And then say default marker. We're going to change the default marker to something else. Inside the constructor here, I'm going to pass a bitmap descriptor factory and pass all these different colors. Okay, I can pass green, magenta, orange, red, rose, violet, and so forth. Let's start with violet to see how that will work. Let's go ahead and make this look better. Move this to the next. There it is. Much better. So now let's go ahead and run real quick so I can show you exactly what's going on. Actually, we're going to have an issue because we have issues here. Okay, let's finish here. So back to what I was saying. Now that we have added this snippet here in our marker, that means I can come here. It's part of our marker. Again, I'm having issues here because, well, we have this. It was a mistake of me running that. I'm going to fix that. So I can come down here and say marker. In this case, I'm going to say get snippet like this. So now it's going to go ahead and get this snippet that we set it to get state. So we're adding the get states to the snippet. All right. Now, before I forget, let's not return null, because now we're just going to go ahead and return the view, which at this point should have all the information that we've set up. View like this. All right. Let's go ahead and give a run. Now you'll notice that all of the markers now changed color because we changed to hue violet. You can change to other color if you wish to do so. However, if I click, you notice something's going to happen here. Well, we still have exactly what we had before. We're getting all that information, but this is not exactly what we really wanted, right? Because remember, we have here our custom info, and we created a custom info window. Now we have obviously to tell our class here, our maps activity, to say, hey, instead of using this default sort of pop-up here, we're going to use our custom one. And to do that, we have obviously to invoke our adapter somewhere. So in our maps activity, we'll go to on map ready here. This is where we set everything up. So right after our map setup there, mmap the object, I'm going to say mmap again. I'm going to set info window adapter. Look at this. And I'm going to say new custom info window. And remember, we have to pass the context. I'm going to say get application context like that. Okay. Now, if I save and run this, let's see what's going to happen. Okay. Moment of truth. Click. Oh, voila. Totally different view. Much better. And I can come and change if I want to change perhaps instead of the name, I can just, instead of the full name, I could come down here. Let's see, where's get full name. I can say just get name. Okay, it will be shorter. And the other thing I can do, let's go to custom info there for our info title. I would want it to be perhaps bold. Just type bold, text style, and click bold like that. You can't see anything right now, but let's go ahead and rerun this. Okay, let's click. Voila, Grand Canyon. This bigger. You can see Grand Canyon, AZ, that's the state. Click somewhere else. Just move this layer and click there. This is Juan Batista de Anza. It's in Arizona and California, and it is indeed working. Let's click somewhere else. It's tough here. Let's click there. Organ pipe cactus in Arizona and so forth. There it is. It is working. Obviously, you can add as many widgets as you want in this custom info window, and you can retrieve all the information you want and add it there. Very well, and you've done it. We've created the custom info window that allows us, when it pops up, now it looks much better. And of course, you can make this even better if you wanted to, right? To make this, perhaps you can change the color, because remember, this is just an XML file. It's just a layout, so you can change whatever you want. So in the next video, we're going to continue working on this. Most importantly, we're going to add or attach an event listener. So when this is clicked, users are taken to the details page. Welcome back, folks. And now we're going to add the click event listener. The first thing we need to do, let's go back to our maps activity, because that's where the action really happens. We are going to add something else. So implements on map already callback. We're going to add another interface, I should say. In this case, it's going to be on info window click listener, like that. Very good. And in this case, of course, when we implement something, as you know by now, we have to, of course, implement those methods. That's the contract. So we want to go ahead and implement on info window click listener like that. So what is it that is going to happen here? But before we even go forward like that, we need to make sure that we set up the map so it's actually registered to know exactly that this needs to be called, right? So let's go up here where we say set info. At the bottom, we are also going to say mmap. This is the main object of the entire map. So I'm going to say mmap like that. I'm going to set on info window clicker, click listener, I should say, and pass this to say that we are registering this map to receive and acknowledge the click events when the info window is clicked. And this is where we add the code that needs to happen when that is clicked. So what is that we want to do really? Well, simply we just want to go to details fragment. Okay, so go back to our details fragment here, the details. We want to go here. So essentially the same place when we go to parks, we click on either one of these guys, we want to come here. That's what we want to do. So what do we need to do? If we go down here, let's go to, all right, so how would we do this? First of all, let's think about this. So what are the things we need to be aware of? Well, number one, we need to be able to pass the current object that was clicked. Let's go back to our maps here. Okay, so if you click this one here, right, this Juan Batista de Anza. So when we click, we want to go to our details as I showed you, but we want to also take along this whole object, because remember, in our details, we need that object in order to show the information about that object. In this case, the park. How do we do that? Well, first of all, you will think, okay, so I'm here in maps activity, and I don't really have a way to select that object. Or most importantly, it would be really nice in our marker options here for us to be able, as you see, we pass the position and title, so we get park, get name, we pass, so we're able to pass along certain metadata, certain pieces of data. How do we pass that in an object? Because remember, this park, as it is in itself, it's an object. Is there a mechanism that will allow us to do that? Right? So let's think about this. Well, the idea is we want to pass that object that was clicked through our park view model, because that is the mechanism we're using to pass data around. But to get that from our marker, it's a little bit complicated, because we need to get that object through our marker in order for us to pass it along to our park view model. So really down here, I will have to do something like this. Park view model, I'm going to select, right? I'll set selected park and pass the actual park. But I don't have a way for me to know exactly which park was selected, because if I go marker.get, I don't have a way to get the actual object, which is the marker that needs to be passed, so that I can select that and put that into our park view model, so that when we go indeed to the next to our details, the details will have that model, that park object, to do all its work. Does that make sense? But look at this. Coincidentally, the moment you say marker dot, there's a lot of things, as I said, right? Let's get alpha equals blah, 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 get rotation, all that stuff. And then we get to this get tag. Interesting. That means then if I can get something, that means then I have to set that something. And most importantly, I want you to look at what type can it retrieve, what it returns, the get tag. Interesting. That means then our marker allows us to actually pass an object. This is helpful. That also means that somewhere around here, when we say add marker, we can also pass along the actual set tag and pass the object we want. That just means also we must create a marker object here separately. So I'm going to say marker like this is equal to map, okay, dot add. I'm going to say add marker options, or add marker, and say marker options like this. So now what I'm saying is, okay, I created this marker. Instead of going straight to add mark and pass in the mark options, I can go this way. That way I can have this marker object handle that I can use to add, to further add other things. For instance, now I'm able to say marker dot set. Set tag. Look at this. You can set an object, any object. This is exactly what we want. And say park like this, which means we no longer need this like that. So we get rid of that and we're set. So we had to do this in order for us to pull that marker object and pass that park through the set tag method. Since we set, look at this now. I can come here and say marker dot get tag, which is going to be an object. And in this case here, I'm going to have to cast that to say it is indeed an object of type park. Because remember, this marker that get tag, it just doesn't know what type you're talking about. It just retrieves an object, general object, and we want to say, hey, actually this is going to be a park type, which is exactly what it needs to set selected park in our park view model. So these are little things that you kind of think about, strategies as a developer. You will develop these strategies as you continue doing this, of course. So thinking about, okay, how do I do this? How do I fetch that information that I need to pass along and get the results I want? So once I have that, then it's just a matter of saying get support fragment manager, begin transaction. And I'm going to go ahead and say replace r.id.map. So this here, and we're going to go to our details fragment, just get that instance, just like that. And because in our details fragment, remember, it knows exactly, okay, there is a park view model, it's set up and everything, and it knows exactly to pull in that information that needs get selected park, as we've done before. All of that work already done because we did that before, so we don't have to do anything really, because the park view model will always go again and select that correct park that was selected and that was added or that was set, and pull that in and do all the work that we've already done. And let's not forget, obviously, to commit. That's something that I always forget and always run into issues. All right, and there you have it. Okay, so now when click the info window, it's going to go ahead and set the set selected park to the park that was clicked. In this case, it's going to be this one or that one, whichever was clicked. And then we're going to go to, of course, our details fragment. Let's go ahead and run this. Okay, moment of truth. Let's click on this one there. Okay, that's organ pipe cactus. Okay, make sure that we see that this is indeed exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so now if I click on it, voila, organ pipe cactus, and went and got all the information, populated everything, because again, the saving grace was that we were able to pass the tag, which is in this case an object of type park, pass along through our park view model, and our details knows of that, select that, get that view model, get that park and does all the work that we've already done, as I said. And life is good. And click on someone else or somewhere else, Hubble Trading, click, and there you have it. Images and everything. Everything is showing. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Now I'm going to restructure a few things in our maps activity. Let's go back here. Let's extract all of this and put this into, let's right click. Say refactor. Extract method like that. Yes, go to details. That's fine. I'm going to refactor that and creates that go to details. Okay, it just simplifies our code even further like that. In the next video, what we'll do is we are going to add a floating edit text here, which will allow users to add the state. So the state code, for instance, Washington, WA, or Idaho, ID, and so forth. So that then when they click OK or something, the map is going to repopulate and show all of the parks from that state. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Next, we are going to look at that top thing there that I call a floating search bar. So essentially, it's going to allow us to, or allow users to be able to add, for instance, the WA for Washington, or OR for Oregon, NY for New York. Okay, and so when they do that, they can click search icon, and then hopefully the map is going to reconfigure itself and get all of the parks pertaining to that state. That is indeed what we're going to be working on. So we're making good progress. We're getting there, folks. I know it's a long section in these building apps, but essentially it's how things are done. I mean, if you want to build something a little bit more complex, it takes time and a lot of planning and back and forth and trying to get everything put together. So this is the reality of building anything worth building. So let's go ahead and get started. Very well. So first, let's get rid of all of these other unnecessary tabs there. We don't need the repository anymore. No details. Map is fine. Okay, let's go to open our project and go to our layout. So we're going to create a new layout here. What's new? And then it's going to say layout resource, as I say. It's going to be a layout resource and call this floating search bar. There you have it, folks. All right, it's going to be very simple. We're going to have an edit text and some information inside of it. So let's take a look real quick. So let's go ahead and go to palette, close this down for a second. Let's go and find my favorite, which is card view. Card view just makes things much simpler and look professional. I like card view. Okay, so we have a card view, and let's give it a top, right, and left and right constraints. And let's give about 8 for left as well as for the right, and the top, let's give about 16. Okay, and let's go ahead and make sure that the height is actually something we structure. It's going to be about 68 dp. Okay, and there it is. And for the widget, or I should say for the width, let's say about 319 dp. I think that would be great. It's very small, can't quite see what's going on there, but there it is. Okay, because it is indeed a card view, let's add some elevation so that it actually looks better. About 8 dp. And let's add some corners, corner radius, about 12 dp. There we have it. Aha, so now it looks much, much better, as you see there. Very good. What we're going to do next is simply inside of our card view, we're going to add a few things. But to organize things better, I'm going to add a linear layout, horizontal linear layout. This one here, and put right inside of our card view. Drop it, and there it is. So you can't quite see, but it's inside there. And it's horizontal. That's very, very important. And inside of that, we are going to add an edit text. Okay, so this plain edit text there, put inside, There you have it. And then I'm going to add a button, or rather an image button, which will allow us to put some sort of an icon. So put right there, because it's horizontal. It's going to ask, because it's an image button, it's going to ask me to go and add an icon. So I want to create an actual icon. So vector assets, and click there. We're going to look for search icon. And there we have it. Search, I like that much better. That's fine. And next, and just finish. I'm going to click on that. And voila, you can see it's over there. Now we're going to have to make some changes there, but that's fine. All right, so in our edit text, let's make sure that we have an ID. This is going to be floating state value, ET for edit text, a rather long name, but that's fine. And this is going to be floating search. Okay, let's go ahead and click on our edit text, and I'm going to change the hint. I'm going to add a nice hint because I like hints. And for this, let's go ahead and actually create this hint. Go to resources, string value, and call this hint search, and it's going to be enter state code, something like Washington, Oregon, New York. And of course, it's not going to show because we need to get rid of that text field, which has nothing for us. And voila, looking good. Now let's work on this button here, because I want to make it transparent to start with, and I don't like this size. In fact, I can make it a little bit bigger. Okay, like that. And let's click on that, and let's go to background color. And I'm actually going to, okay, white would work because it's there, but I want to actually change that to transparent. So I can come down here and look for something, or much easier, I can go to code button. I always like go to the actual XML. I'm going to say background. That's fine. Tint Android, say transparent, and there you have it. So if you save like this, let's get rid of this. Actually, I think this should be, instead of tint, I'm going to actually put the Android color transparent there and get rid of that. I think that should do the trick. Okay, and there it is. All right, we can come back and make other changes, but so far so good. So now that we have our floating search button, we need to figure out where to put it. So the idea is to put floating inside or on top of our map here. So what do we need to do? Let's go to here, and I'm going to go ahead and find our map, activity maps, that is. This is exactly where we also added, if you remember, our bottom navigation there. So what are we going to do? Let's go to code. And in this case here, we could try do this because we want to be on top, of course, somewhere around here. Make it so that it looks like it's on top of the map. We could use an include. So I'm going to say include layout like this, and say layout floating search bar. Let's see, go to design. Let's go ahead and give it a top, right, left and right like this, and give it perhaps about 24. So it's right over there. Let's see if this works. I'm going to go ahead and run our code. And that happened. You notice that it ran and it showed, so it's kind of like behind the scenes, and that's not exactly what we are looking for, right? So maybe just testing things here. Just want to show you exactly what's going on. Looks like it doesn't want that either. Let's get rid of that. What if we take this and put inside of our fragment just to see if this is going to work now? All right, let's run again. And there we go. So now it seems to work okay. And there's that button there. But somehow I don't see the icon showing there. Why is that? Well, let's go back to our floating search here. Let's go to the code. This happens all the time. If you see here, it says source compact, drawable, baseline, and so forth. So it seems like newer versions, right? We don't need compatibility. We're also going to add app like this. I'm going to say source. Okay, I'm going to say is equal to Android. This should be Android namespace. So it's going to be @drawable, should say @drawable. And we're going to go and say IC exactly base search 24 like this. Okay, now we should be able to see it. Let's go back to activity maps, go to design. Hopefully you don't see anything, but we have to run it because it's kind of hidden there. Let's run and see. Okay, much better now. You can see it is indeed showing that button there. And you notice there's another issue here, which is it doesn't really look good in a sense that it's kind of taking away the text view, or edit text I should say. So let's go ahead and fix that right away since we're here. Let's go to the root floating search bar XML, and we want the button. For width, let's just give it about 65, and height maybe just 50. That would work. You can look here. I can also click here and make this way better, a little bit smaller like this. And if I wanted to do this, I could also make sure that this, I could also add some padding around our edit text. So let's do that. About 5 dp. Okay, that will give us. Okay, let's go ahead and run this just to see if things are gonna look much better. Still showing that. Okay, let's see. I think the best way, this is wrap content. Let's also make this wrap content. That way this system will deal with the issues, I guess. Okay, much better, I think. Let's make all wrap content. No, let's not make that wrap content. Let's just keep the height as it is, but the width wrap content. Let's see. Okay, much better. As you see right now, the spacing is much better. The button it's not taking too much space and on top of our edit text. Now this works great, it looks good, but then we come back to our fragment activity maps. If you hover over, it says here, element include is not allowed here. Now, even though it looks good here, everything is looking fine inside our fragment, something is not right. So let's respect and let's follow the rules here. It could be the reason that it's not allowed is because we're inside of this fragment, and if the structure is being changed, because the fragment, remember, is it's hosting an activity, and we can swap fragments whenever we want, right? So maybe the idea is that if that happens, then we may lose because of the include. This may not work as we expect, right? All right. So in that case, then what we could do, I know we're going back and forth, but I'm just giving you all the options. This is part of learning. What we could do is actually write this code, this floating search bar, because it's not a lot, inside of our activity maps anyway. Okay, what I mean is just cut all of this code and put somewhere inside here. And that could end up being actually the saving grace for us. So what I'm going to do, let's take this. In fact, let's continue here. And I'm going to get rid of this include altogether because we're trying to gentlemen, and sometimes you just have to redo things. And I am going to come to floating search bar and go to code. And I'm going to get this entire card view, copy, come down here in our activity maps, and right after our constraint there, I'm going to just go ahead and paste it all in there like that. If we go to design, we should see now the same desired view is showing here. Okay, and if we run this, we should see the same thing, but now we won't have that nagging feeling in the back of our mind saying we are probably not supposed to do this. Okay, let's hope for the best, ladies and gentlemen, and there it is. Our edit text, if we click on that, we should be able to of course, see this. We can add stuff, and at this point, nothing really is working. That's totally fine. Very well. So it is indeed working. And one thing you notice also, if you click somewhere else, that's another problem we'll have to solve. We want to get rid of this if we get away or go away from our map. And that's what we're going to be doing in the next video, along with get this to work. Forward, let's make sure that this whole card view has an ID. The reason why is because we want to be able to fetch this entire view, this entire card view, and hide it depending on situations. You will see that in a second, or rather in a few moments. Let's go ahead and call this card view. That's fine, just like this, and enter. Very good. So now it has an ID. Let's go back to our maps here and start putting together, set up our card view and get that information and start seeing how all of that works. Let's go ahead and run this activity. Nothing really is new, but okay, everything is there. So just to reiterate here, what you're going to be able to do is enter the code, and when they hit enter or tap on this button there, the image view, this image button that is, we're going to be able to then invoke our get parks with now a correct or a new state code in that case, and then of course get that payload, that JSON payload, which in turn we're going to get all of the parks. That is the idea. Now we have to think strategically, what is it that we are asking, or what is it that we're going to be doing here? Number one is a way for us to restructure. If we go back to our project here, let's go to our util and open a util class. So the idea is we need to restructure the way our URL works, because remember, we want to be able to customize depending on the situation, right? If something was entered, of course, instead of having AZ, we would have exactly what was entered in terms of the state code. Let's create a method here. So I'm going to say public static, and it's a string, and say get parks URL like that. And in this case here, we're going to pass, of course, the code. In this case, I'm going to call this state code like that. So really, and then I'm going to just copy this entire URL. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to say return that URL like this. Actually, I don't need to put inside like that, just like that. Okay. Now, what we want to do, obviously, is to make sure that we append the state code here, because if this is called, obviously we know that we're getting a state code that needs to be passed around. So I'm going to put concatenation here, say plus, actually let's finish and say plus state code plus, and continue what we have. So what we're doing now is that we're going to call the get parks URL and pass the state code whenever we click on this search, assuming that something was entered. Let's go to our maps activity. Let's go to on create inside there. So right above bottom navigation, first of all, I'm going to do the card view. So I'm going to say, actually, let's start by putting together here an instance variable of card view. Okay, card view like this. And also we are going to get, say, private. And also while we're here, let's say private text, edit text. This is the state code edit et like this. And then again, private, let's pull in our search button. It's an image button, I believe, image button. Okay. All right, now that we have those, we can then set them up. So right about there, inside of on create, I'm going to start with card view, find by r.id.floating. I think we just called card view. There we go. It's fine. And then let's get our state code et, edit text, find by r.id, floating search, that state code et. There we go. And search, find by r.id floating search button. All right, so we pull all of those in. Now I'm going to go below where we've set up our button navigation. So right there, I'm going to use the search button. So I'm going to say search button that's set on click listener, new on click listener such. Yes, so let's go ahead and actually use lambda. So when we hit search, so let's think about it. When we hit search, we want to clear everything. In order to clear everything, we want to clear the list that contains all of these objects, all of these parks. So I'm going to say park list that clear. All right, next, once we do that, we want to check to make sure that our edit text is not empty. So I'm going to say, or the contents of our edit text is not empty. I'm going to say if, put an if statement here, use the text utils, again from Android, is empty, and pass, of course, our state code edt or et get text, okay, to string. I'm going to go ahead and trim if it's got stuff in there. And if that's true, meaning that it's not empty, that means we get something. Okay. In fact, I can come extract this. I'm just going to say something like the string state code. Going to be state code dot get text like this, so I can just go ahead and use it instead of having to pass all of that. So state code like that. Okay, if that's true, then I need to set that code, that state code, and then set that inside of a view model, in this case our park view model. But before we go forward, because I know that is a string, the state code, I'm going to just create a string here. That way we have access to it everywhere or anywhere in this class. The string, call this code. Okay. So inside here then, that's when I set that string code. And the code is equal to state code. Next, what I need to do, I'm going to say park view model. And I'm going to say select code and pass the code. Now, of course, we have this red here because we haven't created that. Let's go ahead and create that, create a method. If we do that, notice now we have the select code there. But of course, let's click there to get rid of that. We actually have to create an instant variable here, say final. It's going to be mutable. Just a string, call this code is equal to new mutable, like that. All right, so inside then here, when we select the code, all we have to do is, of course, set up this mutable or this live data. So I will say something like code dot set value, maybe say this dot code to signify we actually want to get this one here, this that code, that set value, I'm going to pass the code. Okay. Now, to be consistent, we could have just say C like this, and that way we can just remove this because it will know exactly which variable we are talking about here. So in this case, just pass C. That's fine too. And of course, let's get that and say public live data. It's just going to be a string type that we're really setting here, get code. And I'm going to say nothing there, just say return code. Okay. There we have it. Now you can see that we can reuse as you can see, we can set up all of our data that we need to be. As you can see, we can set up all of our lifecycle data using our Park View code, using our Park View model, as you see there. So going back here, you notice this is all good right now. Now, what we also want to be able to do is that when that happens, whenever this is clicked, we want first of all to clear this edit text as well as refresh our map. It makes sense because at this point here, we are going to go and get the new information pertaining to that state that we just passed in as a code. First of all, we're going to say to onMap, just go ahead and call it onMap method and pass, of course, the map object like that. So essentially, we are calling this to rerun again and reset everything. Okay, and then you can say state code, actually state code et, right? De-edit text and set text to nothing, just to clear it. Okay, so we're not done yet, obviously, because this is just the bare bones of the structure when it comes to setting up our floating search bar here. But now, in the next video, what we're going to do, we're going to see the other side of things, which is how do we this state code, assuming it's not empty, to pass through our get parks and then fetch all of the parks pertaining to that state. Let's do that in the next video. All right, so how do we then pass that state code onto our get parks method in our repository? That way, obviously, we can retrieve the state's parks. Now, we need to go back to our repository. Let's go ahead and get our repository like that. So back to our repository here, this is where we need to think about it. So the idea here is that this has to be called, when we call the get parks, we want to also make sure that we pass, obviously, the code, the state code, right? Like WA for Washington, ID for Idaho, and so forth. The get parks is what it's called to get parks. We've established that, which means also this is where we are going to pass that state code. But how is that going to happen? Well, let's go back to our maps activity to see where we call the get parks. Let's scroll down. Notice here on map is called. When on map is called, or on map ready, I should say, is called, okay, this callback here, what happens? This is where we go and call the get parks, and we get all the parks, and life is good. And if you'll notice here, this was strategic. So on map ready, you can also call it to refresh the map. Okay, obviously, I have to pass the map object because that's what it requires. All right. Now, that means then when this is called, because in this case here, we have received the on-click for our search button, which also means that hopefully we have a state code like WA for Washington, which also means that we took that and added into our park view model. That way we are able to fetch that from anywhere else we want, strategically speaking. And then when we refresh this map on map ready map, you'll notice that this is going to be called again, which means we go back and get all that information, right? Get all the parks. By this time, of course, our park view model would have had already set up the code, because we select code, we pass it there. It's saved in the life cycle, which is really important for us because as we've been learning about park view model or a view model in general, that means then we can then retrieve the code next time this is called to refresh, right? When we click on this search button, namely this one here, right? So the second time we are going to obviously have to pass that code. And how do we do that? That is the question. To do that, that means we have to go back to our get parks, so go to repository where we were, and we need to set it up differently in the sense that we are passing this async callback. That's totally fine, but we also need to pass, yes, you guessed it, string code. I can say state code, that's fine. Now, this state code here, if we go back to our util.java, has to be passed inside here, right? The get parks URL. We have to pass that so that it will be reflected in our URL, API URL. This means then, right inside of our get parks, we're going to create another string called URL, which we're going to go ahead and say utils, or util in that case, dot get parks, and we're going to go ahead and pass this state code along like this. So now we have, of course, a URL, which coincidentally is going to have the actual state code that has been selected or entered. So now we can pass this URL instead of saying util.park, which in this case here, it's getting this one. This is generic one, which is fine. But in this case now, what are we going to be doing? We're not going to do that. Let's remove this. I'm going to say just pass our URL. If we go back to maps here, something's going to be wrong. Aha, this is the problem, because now get parks is going to say, well, there's something else that we need to pass. Remember, when I say get parks, this is a method. If you click there, okay, this is the parentheses. Scroll down. Notice that is where the parentheses end. It's hard to see, but there is this underline, kind of like there is this yellow underline line there. That signifies that this is where it ends. That means then, if I go like this and put comma, aha, you can see now it's going to say there are other arguments or another argument you need to pass. Because all of this is a callback, the async response callback. It's just one argument that we're passing there. Now we say that we need to pass the state code. And you may ask, okay, where do I get that state code? Well, funny you ask. I can say park view model dot get code. Not that. I can say dot value. Get value like this. Because remember, this is going to be returning a live data. So we need to get that value of that live data. Interesting, isn't it? Now we're set. And of course, in our map here, maps activity, because remember, whenever we clicked, we said park view that select code and pass that onto our view model. That's why we're able to go and get that and pass it along. So to get that code and pass it along within our parameters here in our get parks method from repository. Now, the other thing I'm going to do, because this is a lot of code, I'm going to just cut all of this and put in a method. I'm just going to go ahead and actually extract this. Right click, extract method. Call this populate map. Like that. Okay, so now we have a method separate, and we can always call the populate this right now. Instead of having what we had before, which was Washington, I think that's, or Arizona, if we go to utils. Notice this is actually grayed out right now, which means it's not being used. Notice what's going to happen. Now you notice nothing is happening here. Well, it's not necessarily true. A lot of things are happening there, but we're not seeing anything. The reason being is because even though we're passing this get value from our park view model at get code, but remember, this only happens, the code is actually only set, okay, when we search the item, which means right now here, I'm going to go ahead and say RI for Rhode Island and hit click there. Notice it's going to work, right? It went ahead and showed the Rhode Island park. So if you click this one's Rhode Island in Massachusetts, there's another one here that belongs to a bunch of states. So it's working perfectly, obviously, but that's not necessarily exactly what we want, because we don't want this to be empty. So let's run this once again. We don't want this to start empty. How do we make it so that even though we know that the onMapReady is called every time when we enter this window, when we enter this view, we need to make sure that when that happens, we have something going on, which means we have some states showing. So this is not going to work for us because it only works in one case. Remember also we have this code here, which is just a string that we created earlier to hold the code that was entered right away. Because we're all in the same class, we can use that, right? Which means I can come down here. Instead of doing that, I'm actually going to go ahead and just call, remove that, just say code, because it should have some sort of code. Let's go ahead and run once again. And still we don't see anything. Okay, let's do some debugging here. This is a very good learning experience. Let's go to our repository. So let's see what's happening with our URL, because if it's not showing anything, that means something is wrong with our URL. Let's see what is it. So log D, and I'm going to just go ahead and say URL. Okay, I'm going to see what that URL has. And I'm just, let's say URL like this. Let's go ahead and run. Open our logcat. And let's type a URL. Okay, let's inspect our URL. So everything is good. And voila, state code is null. Ah, interesting. So because state code is null, let me go to the actual payload here. If I come down here, instead of AZ or whatever state code I added, and I just put null like this, enter, yes, we're going to have a problem because it's not going to return anything. Notice the data is going to be empty. There's no such state, null state for its state code. That's why we're not getting anything, because it's putting null instead of empty string. However, if I don't put anything like this and hit enter, now, like I said, it just shows all of the states parks. Not all of them, at least 50 of them. Okay? So it works. What does that tell us? That tells us whatever we're getting that state code in cases when we don't have the actual added or entered state code. This is first run. We need to make sure, let's go back to our maps here. If I look at this code here, well, this string is null because it was never set to anything. Because it's the first time, it makes sense. It's only set to something here once we click the button and set it to whatever is inside there, to whatever is inside of our state code edit text. Does that make sense? So how do we fix that? Simply, we just go ahead and make it something like this, empty string, which will mimic exactly not having anything in our code state or state code. Right? So now if I save this and run, aha, and voila. If I go to logcat, you will see that code is indeed empty because it's an empty string, so there's nothing there, which is a valid query, as we saw here. Hence, now we can see all of these states, all of these parks, I should say, state parks. Let's test it again. Say RI, or let's say Arizona. So AZ, doesn't matter really. And I'm going to say search. And there we go. So it went to Arizona to show those states, to show all of the parks. Now, is it true though? Let's click on this one. This is in Texas. This is also in Texas. It looks like it's not working because let's look at logcat here. It looks like our state code says Arizona, but it seems like it's just showing all of other state codes or state parks. It's just not right, even though we have AZ here. That means then, that tells me that the refreshing of our card view, the refreshing of our map is not working. Let's check it out. So let's go to our populate map. And right below here, I am going to do something. Let's say log D. And I'm going to see what is the size of our park list. I'm going to say park list. That's size. Okay. Say size like this. Let's run once again. Okay, there it is. That's fine. And we can see, let's change this instead of URL. Let's say size. Actually, yes, so it says here it's 0. The reason why is because I'm calling it in the wrong place. By then, it should be 0. Let's put it right there. Okay, size is 50. So there are 50 that are showing. So one at least for each state. Okay, that's fine. Now let's go ahead and do what we did. I'm going to add Arizona, AZ. The idea would be the moment I hit click or search, we should have it should go to 0 and get only for Arizona. But that's not what's happening. Let's click. It shows 24, but it's not clearing our map. So the amount of items in our list is correct, I went too far. Right, so the amount of items in our list is correct, because if I go back to our API here, doing some debugging, it's always fun. Let's see AZ, say AZ for Arizona, hit enter. We should see, yes, total is 25 parks that should be shown, which is exactly what we have here. But again, you see that we're having issues to where, oh, now everything is getting crazy. But anyway, so you saw that all of these states are still on the map and not refreshing. So that tells us that the map is not being refreshed to create the new markers. And that's what we're going to be fixing in the next video. We've learned that our app is working fine, except there is a problem here. The problem is that even though we're getting the correct numbers of items that are being populated, especially when we click on, for instance, we want to go to Washington, WA, it's very small, but just have to believe me. There's 17 in Washington, but you look at the map here. If you look at the map, it looks like it's just showing all over the United States, which is not necessarily correct. Okay, so it tells us that something is not right in the sense that the map itself is not being cleared. Now, if only there was a way for us to actually clear the map every time or before we populate the map. Yes, there is a way. So you see this map object here. This map object represents obviously this entire map. So what we want to do is inside of our populate map, what we need to do, I'm just call that map object, Google Map dot clear. Done. Important. Clears the map. There it is, which makes sense. What we want to do is not only do we want to clear our park list each time to get new, to repopulate it with the correct objects, in this case the park list objects, or park objects as we say, we also want to make sure that we clear our map altogether. What that means is we want to get rid of all of the markers that are there that have been added to the map in order for the map to be repopulated with new markers. Now I understand I'm going slowly here, breaking things and not giving you the answers right away. The reason why is because I want you to understand exactly what's going on. Because if I just told you or wrote it right away, the right way, of course the things will work, but I believe you wouldn't really learn why and how things are or not working. Let's see if this is true. Let's run once again. Okay, moment of truth. Of course, the first time there's nothing. We're going to see just the whole America, right? Everything. Let me just see if I can move this. Let's move that. See, the whole America is shown there. That's great. But let's go to Oregon. So I'm going to click here and say OR. Hit enter. Look at that. The map went straight to get to all of the Oregon, as you see here, all of the Oregon parks. As again, you can see some of the parks are not necessarily in Oregon because, as I said, some parks belong to many states. But let's make sure this is true. If I click this one, look, it belongs to Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. But this one, see, Oregon, Washington, Montana, and Idaho. How about this one in Wyoming? It belongs to a lot of different states, but also Oregon is included. So it is working. If I come here again, look at this. I say New York, NY, so it should be in the East Coast. I click there. It's going to clear the map and then repopulate it with the New York, all of the New York related parks. Click and voila. Okay, includes New York. So any of these should include New York as well. Very good. And of course, what we had before, which means we can click on this info window, it should take us to the actual, let's get rid of this, takes us exactly to our details, like that as you see. But there's a problem here, as we said before, we do see this enter state code, our floating edit text or our floating search bar here. We need to get rid of that. That's what we're going to do now. And the other thing too, if I want to go back to our maps, I can click here. We go back to our maps. if I look to our log here, whenever we go back to our map, our size grows. We're 50, and then we're 10 because we were searching for different states, right? And 33, and all of a sudden we'll go to see something is not right. Okay, if I go ahead and click again on maps, it's gonna go another 33. If I keep clicking, it's gonna add another 33. So there's some duplications happening here, and we need to fix that. Everything still works, but we know that the populating of the map is not right, because what's happening most likely is that each time we have duplicates of markers on the map, which is not a good thing. Let's go ahead and try to fix those issues. So back to our maps activity, let me close down this populate there and any other method that we're not going to really need to work on. And let's go to on create. So on create, this is where we have a few things that we need to look into. Number one, we want to make sure that whenever we go to, for instance, parks or anywhere else, this floating view here leaves or is hidden, because we don't need that. Okay, that's number one. How do we do that? Well, we remember that when we go back to our floating, let's go back to our activity map here. We added this card view, and we added this card view ID. In fact, we are pulling it in. We have our card view there. That's the reason why we have it, because we're going to do some ninja coding here. What is that we want to happen? Well, first of all, we want to make sure that if this map is clicked, navigation here button is clicked, we want to make sure that obviously this is on, which means this should show, this card view or this floating bar should show. So inside of the maps nav if event here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if ID, if card view dot get visibility is equal to view dot invisible, like that, or card view get visibility is equal to view dot gone, right? It's no longer existent. What we want to do is obviously we want to make sure that card view that set visibility to visible. It just says anytime this is clicked, if this view is invisible or it's gone, we want it to actually be visible. When we click anywhere else, like Parks Nav button, so we click somewhere outside, what we want to do is make this invisible. So I'm going to say card view set visibility to gone, actually, not invisible. So the whole view will leave or not be shown. Let's see if this works. I'm going to run. Okay, so if I go to parks, notice it's gone. If I go back to maps, should be there. Okay, very good. That works fine. Now let's click on one of these. That's good. If I go to somewhere else, this still is there. How do we get rid of that as well? Well, to solve that, really, we come down to where we captured the on info window click, right? So all we do, say card view, set visibility, gone, to remove the window, to remove the view entirely. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, let's test it out. Click, click, and that was gone. That's very good. We go back to maps. Everything is good. We go to parks, should be gone. That's very good. Go back to parks. Refreshing everything. That's good. Let's say MN for Minnesota. Just curious to see what other states have parks. Let's see. Click. Okay, went to Minneapolis. That's very good. Gonna click there. Minneapolis. How about that one? Minneapolis. Click. And of course, everything is working perfectly. Beautiful pictures again. Enjoy pictures. All right. So we're good. We are getting the results that we want. Yet we still have some issues with the size, as you see here, populate 150. So it was growing and growing, doubling each time. So this is what I'm talking about here. How do we fix this issue? Well, this only happens when we go back to our map, right? Our maps. In this case, close this down for a second. In this case, we are talking about when we go back to our maps. Okay, so let's go back down here. If I click maps, now it's 12, so twice again. If I keep clicking, should be plus another 6 at 18. So it's actually adding on top of what it's there. Well, to solve this, let's go back to where we're clicking things, setting our map clicking and all that stuff. So in this case, maps nav button. What I want to do here after we clear the map, in fact, even before we clear the map, doesn't really matter, but let's say before we clear the map, I'm going to say park list and also go ahead and clear. This is an event that happens when we click again on this maps there. So we run. We're going to see now that we shouldn't have the same problem. Because we didn't really look for a state, enter a code, we're showing 50. Okay, that's good. Now, if I go ahead and enter something, let's say, is there a VA? Is there a state VA? I think so. Let's click. All right, the VA is Virginia. There's a lot of information there. You can't quite see because it's too small. But there we go. So Virginia, we have a lot of information, a lot of parks. So life is good. But most importantly, let's see if this works. Let's go back to our logcat. And Virginia's got 34. Is that true? Let's go back to our source of truth. So VA, hit enter. Yes, there is 34 total. Very good. So we're good. Now, let's see if this works, right? Because that's the whole point. Let's click here. I'm going to click on the map again, the button, and we should still see 34. Click map. Voila, 34 is still there. Very good. So this is good. I go to parks. Virginia, it's showing all of those. That's very good. And I go back to maps. Go back to maps. 34 is still there. That's very good. So if I go to a different state, let's go ahead back to, let's say California. So CA, enter. Okay, so California has 33 total. That's very good. Let's go to park. Showing all the California parks. There it is. Okay, let's go back to maps. 33. Very good. So now we have solved the problem of having duplicates coming in, which is a big deal because you can imagine the more you go back and forth, obviously the more you're adding to the map, which is not what we want. All right. So things are working. As you see here, one thing I'd like to do, of course, is I want to make sure that whenever we hit enter, or in this case, click on the search button there, we want to not only clear our edit text, we also want to get rid of our keyboard there. Now we have already that code. It's very simple. I won't take too much time explaining it because it's something that we've been talking about here in our utils, so we can invoke it. Just make our lives much easier. We clear. I'm going to call that here. So util. Hide soft keyboard, pass our view, because that's what's needed. And we should be golden. Let's go ahead and run. Okay, let's test it out. RI, enter, voila, it's now hidden. That's very good. There it is, click away. So everything is working. If we go to parks, we should see all of Rhode Island and Massachusetts, as you see. Very good. All right, and we can still go click in there. My computer is very slow, and the emulator is also very slow, but it's all working. The other thing I can do before we go, let's go to our details. I believe it's details row. View pager row, that is, because that's where we're getting these images in. I can do, actually, no, my bad. Let's think about it. I want to go to view pager adapter because this is where we are getting the actual images in, I believe. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, we have a placeholder. For the placeholder, what I need to do, this is gonna be for error actually. So I'm gonna say error in case we have an error. That's what's gonna happen. But I'm gonna say placeholder, and I'm gonna say Android.r.drawable, and say download, stat system download, like that, so that we have that nice download showing. And for that to work, for this to work, so for this to work, remember, we need to actually go to our view page or image and change the background. That way we can actually see it. So I'm gonna say, let's say background, and change that to something perhaps like that. Okay, let's go ahead and run. Those are just small things that I'm thinking about, so that way it doesn't just show a blank view when we are loading images. Okay, let's just go ahead and pick one here. Okay, let's go there. Voila, it's downloading because it's showing there. There it is. And if I scroll, it's gonna show downloading, and it's good. Okay, it's a little bit too aggressive, but that's fine. I can live with that. Alright, so again, it's very laggy on my computer here, but if you have a phone and install this, it should be less laggy, and maybe on your computer is going to be faster as well. So I've got lots going on trying to record this video, and running Android Studio, it takes up a lot of memory, so my apologies. But the app is working, ladies and gentlemen. This is good. I would like to congratulate you for taking the time to go through this. I know it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, but that's why you are in this course, because you want to learn. You're not a quitter. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. And what I always say, take these tools, things that you're learning here, and try to implement them yourself. Now, there's a lot of things you can do to improve this application. This is not a production app by any means, but it is a good starting point. Always think in those terms, okay? And also, I would like you to start watching how I go about solving problems. And notice I make sure that I don't quite hide too much from you, especially when things are not going right, because that is the part of learning. You will get frustrated. There are things that are not going to work right away, as I've shown you, and as I'm saying, I'll try as much as possible not to shelter you too much. But I obviously have to shelter you because I don't want to spend 10 days in one thing, right? So, but take that as a way for you to really conceptualize these ideas that we're working on, things that we are learning, and so you get better at this. The only way you're ever going to get better at coding is by keep coding. There's just no other way around it. And I know you love coding. That's why you're here. And I hope you find this actually stimulating, academically speaking, intellectually speaking, but also as a person. You know, this is just too exciting. It's very exciting because you're learning new things and so forth. So take this application and make it better. That is what you need to always think about. Again, thank you so much for all your great work, and I really appreciate you being here. I'll see you next time.